someone like that that has this kind of a car, please let them know. Thank you. Test, test. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to do our recognition presentations.
All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to start with the presentations of certificates, and we're going to start with the presentation of a certificate of recognition to Mrs. Judith Bowling Bazar for 59 years of service to the Culver City community. And is Miss Bowling Bazar here? All right, can you join us up here? All right. The City Council of the City of Culver City proudly recognizes you for your 60 years of dedicated service to our community through your work with several dentists over the years, and most recently, Kay Nakamura Family Dentistry. Beginning your career while still a student at Culver City High School, you have devoted decades of care, commitment, and professionalism to the health and well-being of countless residents. Your continued service stands as a testament to your remarkable work ethic and your deep connection with Culver City community. Through your warm presence, long-standing relationships, and unwavering dedication to promoting health, you have touched the lives of generations of families and contributed greatly to the spirit and vitality of our beautiful city. The City Council proudly honors you for your extraordinary service, community commitment, and lifelong contributions to the people of Culver City. Signed by the Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. This is wonderful. I don't even need this. I mean, I love what I do. I love who I work with. They make my job not a job, and they're wonderful to work with. And I work with one of the best dentists, two of the best dentists in Culver City. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Of course, yeah, thank you.
And yeah, Culver High, work experience.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, we are going to read a commendation for No Limits for Deaf Children and Families 30th anniversary. Can we have some folks come up representing?
Yay!
Hi, how you doing? Okay. Yeah. This reads, the City of Culver City Commendation, No Limits for Deaf Children and Families 30th anniversary. Whereas No Limits for Deaf Children and Families was founded with the mission of empowering deaf children and their families by providing the skills necessary to succeed in school and in life through innovative, family-centered programs offered at no cost. And whereas for 30 years, No Limits for Deaf Children and Families has distinguished itself as a pioneering organization, uniquely offering after-school programming for deaf children from birth to age 21 through national theater programs, educational centers, and community-based pop-up sites. And whereas No Limits for Deaf Children and Families has created a strong and inclusive community that enables deaf children and their families to communicate, connect, and contribute meaningfully to the world. And whereas the organization is committed to building self-esteem and communication skills among children who are deaf or hard of hearing, ensuring they have access to high-quality services regardless of economic status. And whereas No Limits for Deaf Children and Families recognizes the essential role of parents and caregivers as partners in their children's success and prioritizes family education and involvement as a cornerstone of its programs. And whereas, guided by its core values, No Limits for Deaf Children and Families affirms that all children deserve the opportunity to believe in themselves, to realize their dreams, to access diverse communication options, and to receive an equitable, high-quality education. And whereas through 3 decades of dedicated service, No Limits for Deaf Children and Families has positively impacted countless children and families, helping to cultivate literacy, confidence, and lifelong achievement within the deaf and hard of hearing community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City hereby recognizes and congratulates No Limits for Deaf Children and Families on the occasion of its 30th anniversary and commends the organization for its unwavering commitment to empowering children and strengthening families. The City Council expresses its sincere appreciation for the invaluable contributions of No Limits for Deaf Children and Families and its continued efforts to create a more inclusive, equitable, and compassionate community for all, dated this 13th day of April, 2026, signed by the mayor and all the council members. It's a lot.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. I'm the founder of No Limits, and I am so proud to have next to me Jacob, one of our students when he started at 3, and he has a few words to say.
Hi, my name is Jacob. I'm currently 16. I've been with No Limits since I was 3 years old, and I've thanked them for my whole life. They helped me with my speech, my vocabulary, and well, actually, it was pretty hard, but I love it there. With all the theater program, they helped me support. They helped me become who I am today.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you for your 35th. We see you every 5 years. It's amazing.
All right, good evening, everyone. Me and the Vice Mayor are going to tag team this one. Welcome up. Thanks so much for all you do. Appreciate our APL staff. Fantastic. So I'm going to do Earth Day, and our Vice Mayor is going to do Arbor Day. So I'll try to go through the whereases fairly quick. So Earth Day 2026, whereas the global community faces challenges such as health issues, food and water shortages, pollution, and economic struggles, and whereas all people, regardless of race, gender, income, or geography, have a right to healthy, sustainable environment with economic growth and opportunity. Yes, please join us. And whereas we are all caretakers of our planet and have an obligation to combat climate change and environmental degradation, to preserve the Earth's beauty and resources, and whereas annually on April 22nd, people around the globe celebrate Earth Day to educate and demonstrate support for efforts made toward environmental protection. And whereas this year marks the 56th anniversary of the Earth Day movement, with the theme for 2026 being Our Power, Our Planet, which emphasizes the idea that environmental progress relies on the daily actions of communities, educators, workers, and families protecting where they live and work. And whereas there are many ways to take action, including participating in special events, organizing cleanups, or even creating your own, quote, active green. And whereas the City of Culver City encourages all businesses, institutions, and individuals to celebrate the Earth and commit to caring for the planet and its resources. More information on how to get involved with Earth Day can be found online at www.earthday.org. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California, hereby proclaims April 22nd, 2026 as Earth Day 2026 in Culver City and encourages residents to combat climate change and environmental degradation, support green economy initiatives, and inspire others to take similar actions. Dated this 13th of April 2026. And I will pass it over.
All right. And we're also going to do Arbor Day, so you still have time to come up if you're an environmental advocate or interested in environmental policy. So Arbor Day 2026, whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees, and whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska and is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas the city of Culver City has received Tree City USA recognition, cool, since 2017 from the Arbor Day Foundation in partnership with the USDA Forest Service and National Association of State Foresters, and is one of 3,600 recognized communities from all 50 states. And whereas through its urban forest master plan, Culver City has expressed its commitment to fostering a robust and resilient urban forest today and in the future so that our community will continue to enjoy the important environmental and societal benefits. And whereas trees moderate the temperature, they clean the air, they produce life-saving oxygen, they reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, cut heating and cooling costs, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal and a hope for the future. So therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California proclaims Friday, April 24th, 2026 as Arbor Day and encourages all residents to celebrate Arbor Day, support efforts to protect trees in the community, and promote the well-being of this and future generations, dated today, signed by the mayor, vice mayor, and council members. And we'll give you guys that to hold if you want. All right, would you like to say do you have any remarks for us? Yeah.
I've lived in Culver City 48 years now in the same home, and I love Culver City. How many of you do? Let's give our city a hand. Let's thank our council members who are really volunteers, giving of their time and energy to make this one of the best cities in the USA. This is why I stayed. I'm a heavy-duty environmentalist. My name is Dr. Suzanne de Benedettis. The doctorate's in social ethics, social analysis, and social change. And I learned environmental ethics in '72 when USC gave me the opportunity to do that. Did you know that we cannot live without trees? How many people know that? That if we don't have trees, we don't live. Literally, we can't take them for granted, and our city has been recognized, as our council members have reminded us, but we need much more. We need much, much more, and Greener Way Associates, a nonprofit, is here to do that with you, with volunteers. We're here to create climate-resilient communities, because as the climate is shifting and it disrupts, we need to know what to do and how. And part of our program, and I want to thank our fire department and Christine Parra and the CERT people, is not only to be prepared yourself, whether it's fire, flood, or earthquake, or whatever, but that we have to work with our neighbors if we're going to make it. And so as a neighbor to neighbor, I'm inviting everybody to get to know Greener Way a little bit more. We will be at EnviroFest, and we're so blessed with this city. At EnviroFest, May 2nd, get there early and you get free fruit trees. And Greener Way can even show you how to grow a fruit tree in a half barrel. And the 48 years I've been here, it's all organic, and we can do it together. Thank you, Culver City, for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a full shout out to EnviroFest. Thank you for introducing it, Suzanne. It's May 2nd, Saturday, starting at 9 a.m. at Veterans Park. We're going to have compost giveaway, e-waste collection, hazardous waste, paper shredding, always very popular, as well as was mentioned, the tree giveaways, plant giveaways, and tabling from some of our community partners like A Greener Way. So we hope to see everybody there.
Mayor, before the pictures, we do have a speaker, Melissa Sanders, who would like to say a few things.
Hi, hang on, sorry. I just really would like you all who are standing there to remember what you just said about the city and trees and how wonderful they are. Because there's some things that have been happening where it sounds like trees are not going to be part of our city. And that really saddens me. So, what I'm asking of the five people, wait, are we missing one? No, uh, that make these decisions, remember what you've just said, what you've just proclaimed about Arbor Day, about Earth Day, about how important our environment is. Thank you.
For those that are able, would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, welcome everyone. I'm going to read the Statement of Land Acknowledgement. The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land we inhabit today is the ancestral land of Indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielino people past, present, and future and recognizes their enduring connection to this land as its original caretakers. We are committed to supporting and uplifting the Gabrielino people and to fostering a deeper understanding of the histories and identities of all Indigenous peoples in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these Indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacies. Okay. And there was nothing to report on in closed session. We'll go to community announcements from commissions, boards, or committees. Do we have any?
We have two from staff. So first, I'll invite the police chief and, oh. Troy, do you need this?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. I'm Assistant Chief Troy Dunlap, and it's my honor to introduce our three new police officers. First, Officer Brandon Barbosa. Brandon was born in Bellflower, graduated from Diamond Ranch High School in 2017, and later attended Cal Poly Pomona and studied business administration with an emphasis in computer information systems. Excuse me. He joined the department in 2024 as a community service officer and recently graduated the police academy. In his free time, Brandon enjoys weightlifting, spending time with his family and friends, excuse me, watching mixed martial arts, participating in outdoor activities. Next, Officer Caio Lisboza. Caio was born in Brazil and moved to the United States 8 years ago. He's the youngest of three siblings, has a strong background in electrical engineering. Excuse me. Officer Lisboza is fluent in English, Portuguese, Spanish, and in his free time enjoys spending time with his wife, trying new restaurants, and traveling. He's committed to serving the community with integrity, professionalism, and respect. Next, Officer, Guiaro. Brandon was born and raised in Bellflower, graduated from Norwalk High School. He joined the department in March of 2024 as a community service officer and now has completed the police academy. In his free time, Brandon enjoys spending time with his family, traveling, working out, watching sports. Brandon is excited to begin his new career in law enforcement. Please join me in welcoming our newest police officers to the city of Culver City. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Jason Sims, I'm honored to be the chief of our Culver City Police Department. At the March 16th council meeting, council requested that information be brought back regarding a recent arrest made by federal authorities which occurred last month in front of the Culver City Police Department. Tonight, I'm here to provide you with that update. On March 8th, 2026, at approximately 4 p.m., Culver City police officers responded to a radio call for service of a traffic collision near Fairfax Avenue and La Cienega Boulevard. While officers were en route, they were told by dispatch that one of the involved parties appeared to be under the influence of an unknown substance, which was later determined to be alcohol. Upon arrival, officers observed an individual, later identified as Mr. Gomez, attempting to flee the scene on foot. Officers safely detained him without incident. The subsequent field investigation determined that Mr. Gomez was at fault for a multi-vehicle collision and was under the influence of alcohol. Mr. Gomez later completed a breath alcohol test, which revealed a blood alcohol content of 0.23%, which is about 3 times the legal limit. He was also found to be in possession of narcotics and an illegal weapon. Mr. Gomez was arrested and booked at the Culver City Police Department jail. On the morning of March 9th, 2026, at about 8 a.m., the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, contacted the Culver City Police Department jail by telephone and inquired if Mr. Gomez was in custody. The jailer advised ICE that Mr. Gomez was in our custody and that he would be issued a citation. No additional information was provided to ICE. For clarification purposes, when an arrest is made, the individual is transported to the Culver City Police Department jail, where they are fingerprinted and either held on bail pending arraignment or released on a citation. The fingerprinting process utilizes the Los Angeles County Regional Identification System, or LACRIS, which is managed by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Once submitted, fingerprints are automatically transmitted into a database accessible by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Department of Justice, and ICE. This will provide these entities with arrest information as well as a location where the suspect is booked. And I want to take a moment to explain that this system notifies agencies of wanted individuals when they are booked at other facilities. So say, for example, we, the Culver City Police Department, have a warrant for someone's arrest, and they're booked at the Hawthorne Police Department, the Torrance Police Department, or the St. Louis Police Department. We would be notified that that individual that is wanted by us is booked at that location. We then can call that location and arrange for the transport of that individual to our facility if that is deemed the appropriate action. When an individual is undocumented, ICE is automatically notified through this database, very similar to what I just described related to an arrest warrant by the Culver City Police Department. This is something that automatically happens. And an immigration detainer or request for notification of release may be sent to the arresting agency by ICE. And of course, we do not honor those detainers or requests per California state law, our city policy, and department policy. State law also mandates that all arrests be reported to the Department of Justice, including the subject's criminal identification information number and associated report number. Along with other prisoners, on the morning of March 9th at approximately 10 a.m., Mr. Gomez was issued a citation and walked to the front of the police department where he was released by our jailer from custody. I'm sorry, where he was released from custody by our jailer. This is consistent with applicable laws and our standard booking and release process. After his release, and outside of police department property, clearly identifiable federal agents took Mr. Gomez into custody. The arrest was witnessed by community members and members of the police department. It was later found that a request for advance notification of release was sent to the Culver City Police Department by ICE, and this request was not honored. ICE was never notified that Mr. Gomez was going to be released. At no point did the Culver City Police Department notify, coordinate with, or assist federal immigration authorities in this matter. Additionally, the Culver City Police Department had no prior knowledge that federal agents were present or waiting outside at the time of Mr. Gomez's release. A later investigation revealed that the unmarked vehicle driven by the federal immigration agents had parked on Duquesne Avenue near the police department at approximately 6 a.m., over 4 hours prior to Mr. Gomez's release. This practice by federal immigration authorities has been a common occurrence in the Los Angeles County region over the past several months. And so, as I explained earlier, ICE is automatically notified when somebody is fingerprinted and booked at a Los Angeles County police agency, if that person is undocumented. What ICE has been doing around the county, and I know this because I talked to all of the Los Angeles County chiefs, is they, just as they did in this case, will go to that police department if they believe this individual is going to be released sometime soon, which they know will happen in DUI cases, just like our case, that somebody will be released on a citation because California law requires that we release people for misdemeanor arrests on a citation with some exceptions. But they know for DUI cases that's going to happen. And so just as they did in our case where they parked in front of our station early in the morning and waited for this individual to be released, this practice is being done all throughout Los Angeles County. It's a relatively common occurrence right now, unfortunately. Additionally, booking and release information is public information, accessible at the Los Angeles County Department's website. So very soon after we book someone, anyone can go onto the Los Angeles County website, search somebody's name, and find out where they're booked, what the charges are, some of the circumstances surrounding the arrest, and so forth. Consistent with California law and the Culver City Police Department policies, it is standard practices to release individuals arrested for misdemeanor offenses, again with some exceptions, on a citation pending a future court date. Individuals arrested while under the influence are typically held until they reach a level of sobriety that allows them to safely care for themselves, which is what occurred in this case. This protocol, as I said, was followed in this situation. The Culver City Police Department operates in full compliance with California law, including the California Values Act, which strictly limits cooperation with federal immigration enforcement. Our policies reflect and reinforce these legal requirements. Culver City Police Department personnel do not participate in immigration enforcement activities, nor do we provide resources or assistance for that purpose. Additionally, questions have been raised regarding the department's use of automated license plate reader technology related to this case. Culver City Police Department maintains strict oversight and auditing of this system, and we do not share our data in the database with any outside law enforcement agency. In this case, no automated license plate reader searches were conducted related to Mr. Gomez's vehicle. In fact, the vehicle is not registered to Mr. Gomez. It's registered to somebody with a completely different name, so any search and information related to that search would not be useful. There were also no requests from any outside agencies related to this vehicle through our automated license plate reader system. Again, we do not share information with any outside agencies. All automated license plate reader queries are audited, and audited records, including the date, time, and reason for the search, are publicly available on the Culver City Police Department website. On March 9th, the date Mr. Gomez was taken into custody, I immediately notified council via text and email, and a press release was released to the public the same day. Anyone who is interested in more information on our immigration policies and practices, or who's interested in reading said press release, can visit our website at culvercitypd.gov. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Any questions from council members? I'll start with Councilmember McMorrin.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for the overview. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the new officers who seem maybe have left the chamber, but glad about that. Want to just clarify to make sure I heard you correctly. Did you say they called and it was confirmed over the call, or they were confirmed via the automatic system? Just to make sure I heard correctly. And that's my
Yeah. So I guess the answer would be both. Again, when somebody is fingerprinted who is undocumented at our jail, ICE is automatically notified through the LACRIS system that that individual has been booked and is in custody at our jail. And yes, as I stated, ICE did in fact call our jail, and per California law, we're required to release certain information when someone calls our jail and is requesting certain information related to a prisoner. And that information, which was in this case confirming that Mr. Gomez was in our custody, and that he would be issued a citation, was given to the federal authorities.
And just to, I thought I only have one question, but just to follow up on that, would there be any scenario where someone was in your custody that happened to be undocumented for whatever reason, and there was a call made about their status, or if you all had custody of them, you would have to reply yes pursuant to the state laws?
Correct. The state law requires that we release that information.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Vera?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for the info. I don't really have any questions. Just the system in which these individuals are entered in, that's sort of a mandatory system that, because of booking purposes and whatnot, that all arrestees are entered into, correct?
That is correct, Councilmember.
And then, like you said, per California law, that you guys are required to confirm certain informations, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And if you, I mean, it makes sense when you think about the, somebody may be calling to attempt to bail somebody out or facilitate their release, or it's a family member who's looking for information. So it's public information, and per California state law, we're required to release it. Again, it's also almost immediately available on the Los Angeles County Inmate Locator website.
All right, well, thank you so much, and thank you, by the way, for really getting on top of this right away. I mean, I think within an hour or so after it happened, we got the text message and the email, so I really appreciate your vigilance and diligence in really reaching out to us all. Thank you.
Absolutely. I appreciate that, council member. And there were, we understand that the community is concerned when something like this occurs. In fact, there were community members who were present at the site of the arrest in front of our police department who were concerned. We certainly understand that, which is why I made it a point to immediately communicate that, and I'm happy to be here this evening to continue to communicate that. And again, anyone who's seeking additional information on our policies and practices related to immigration enforcement and who's interested in reading more about this particular incident can visit our website, culvercitypd.gov.
All right, thank you, Chief. And just one last thing on a different subject altogether. I just want to really publicly thank those officers and the community members that were involved in sort of foiling of a kidnapping attempt up in Fox Hills Park. I think it's a great job all the way around, from the person calling in to the officers to being the fast response and getting this person in custody. So please thank them all for me.
I'll make sure they are thanked appropriately, Councilmember, and I thank you for recognizing them.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, Chief, for your report. Just one question I'm not certain of. Are you able to determine whether or not someone is undocumented when they're arrested?
We don't ask those questions, Councilmember, but that information, when somebody is booked and fingerprinted in our LACRIS system, for lack of a better way of stating it, the system itself figures that out and makes the notifications that I spoke of earlier.
Outward and internally, or just outward?
We're not concerned either way, so it's not information that we even concern ourselves with, but the notifications are made outwardly to the federal government.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Chief Sims. Thanks for all that information. And I just wanted to get one clarifying answer. You said that the booking data is publicly available on the county website. What kinds of information would ICE or did ICE call to get that was not publicly available through those channels or through the database you mentioned? Just trying to understand what they're trying to get.
Yep. Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So they did not receive any information that was not publicly available. In fact, they only received the information that I stated. They asked if the individual was in our custody. We confirmed that he was and that he would be issued a citation, and that was all. We did not say when he would be released, a time that he would be released, a day, or anything like that.
So do you think that they saw the information on the database or on the website and then just wanted to call and confirm that it was indeed accurate? Or what do you suspect was their motive for calling? I would love to understand that.
Yeah, so I think it's what I think, based on what I know, is that ICE was made aware of the fact that we had this person in custody in the manner that I described previously. The system automatically notifies ICE of an undocumented person that has been arrested and booked at the Culver City Police Department. They can see the charge, which was DUI. They know that an individual booked for DUI is going to be held for several hours until they're sober enough to care for themselves. Given that timeline, they arrived at our police department at 6 a.m., which was 2 hours before they called our jail to what I suspect was to just confirm that he was still in our custody. So they were already at our facility, parked in front, before they called. And so my suspicion is that they called to, again, confirm that he was still in our custody, which we told them because we're required to by state law. And then they just continued to wait for him to be released. We didn't give him a time, and he was released a couple hours later.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I got a lot. I think other council members may have too, but I got a lot of questions on this when this came out, and appreciate all the information you shared today and the proactive information you shared at the time that it happened. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for all the information. This is, a terrifying, intense situation for folks. So I think more information is better. So appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Are there any other reports from staff members?
There are.
Great.
This is Jeremy Bocchino, acting as the city clerk. I am very excited to let everyone know that we are just starting our application process for our commissions, boards, and committees. I'm going to show everyone. You can go to culvercity.gov/serve, and you will get to this page, which shows all of the information about the application deadline, which is May 11th. And we have 34 openings on the following bodies. This is an opportunity for you as an invested and civic-minded individual to work on one of these committees, whatever interests you or you have expertise in. we ask you to apply, and all of these bodies, for the most part, are advisory bodies to the City Council. So, for example, the Disability Advisory Committee, there are 2 positions open, and for that body, you will be coming up with different things to discuss regarding disabilities and how the city works with those who have different types of disabilities, whether it's physical or otherwise, and then they make recommendations when they come up with a plan or an idea and present it to the council. So that's kind of how all of these committees work. Please go to our page, and you can apply and fill out an application. It's very easy. You click online to apply, or you can download the CBC application. Here it is. You just click through. You start typing a filter to filter in a board to review it. You can do Planning Commission, and it'll tell you all about the Planning Commission. You can look at the member roster, the board details, and what each one does. We will be out at a number of events, including the Farmers Market and some other festivals, and we will have more information at those, but you can go on anytime and apply, even while you're sitting here. So we invite you to do that before May 11th. And thank you.
Great. Thank you, City Clerk, and I hope all those who are interested will take some time to fill out the application. Now we'll go to community announcement by members. Just as a reminder, and as a practice we've been doing for the past couple of meetings, in an effort to shorten meetings, we're going to keep our announcements to 2 minutes or less. We'll start with Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Only one item is if we can this evening adjourn in memory of Tina Molika, who a longtime community member, passed away last week, past president of the Culver City Sister City Committee. If we can get nodding heads for that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor. That's it for me.
I see 5 nodding heads.
Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. Really quickly, it's been a month since we've been here, so I'm sure I've done a lot and been to a lot of things, but I've forgotten most of them except for the most recent one. That was Saturday night. The Exchange Club sponsored a really fun evening of music and dancing. Get the Funk Out, 3rd annual, and the money raised was for backpacks for kids. So great night. Really fun to see a lot of the community members out supporting a great cause. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. I just want to elevate, in addition to the other recognitions that we lifted up at the top of this meeting, April is also Arab American Heritage Month, Autism Acceptance Month, and Sexual Assault Awareness Month. So for many reasons, I encourage all of our neighbors to learn more about these issues and engage meaningfully in observance of them this month and beyond. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge our new Assistant City Manager for Economic Development, Vitality, and Equity, Adam K. Troy. He is also my Morehouse brother, although I didn't know him before he was hired. But he was recently inducted into the 41st Annual Martin Luther King Jr. College of Ministers and Laity Board of Sponsors at Morehouse College last weekend. So it's really a big deal. I don't know if Adam is here, but we really just stand. We just want to celebrate you in this recognition. And also, as a point of privilege, I want to say happy 145th Founders Day to my Spelman College sisters, and the newest being my daughter, Madison Yvonne McMorrin, who recently committed to attending. So really proud of her, and
That's great.
thanks.
Vice Mayor Fish.
All right, I'll try to go quick. I just wanted to invite everyone to the Culver City Senior Center open house on Saturday, April 18 at noon. There's going to be free sample classes, a tabling fair, live music, guided tours, and it's a great way to see everything the senior center has to offer. Want to plus one on the 34 open seats across 13 city committees, commissions, and boards. So if you've ever wanted to deepen your involvement in civic life, this is a great opportunity. I think everyone on this dais has served on one. And speaking of civic engagement, I also wanted to uplift that please check your mailboxes, because invitations to Culver City's very first civic assembly are out now. It's a randomly selected group of residents who are going to be educated on a topic and then deliberate together to make recommendations to us on the council. And our first assembly focuses on how to increase resident participation in the budget process. Participants are given $1,350, childcare, accommodations for language or disability needs. So if you get that invite, definitely don't throw it out and apply right away. I also want to share that I had a lovely Seder at Temple Akiba with Mayor Puza, my husband Aaron, and Rabbi Zach Shapiro and the community there. It was really lovely, and just want to thank them for having a place for anyone to go if they were looking for a Seder. And then I finally just want to say congratulations to the CCHS Reproductive Rights Club and Tolerance Club on a hugely successful drag show fundraiser last Friday. All proceeds benefited Planned Parenthood and the LA LGBT Center. I was there, and I have to give a yes God to the queens who slayed their lip syncs, especially CCHS senior Blake, otherwise known as Hot Dog, who brought the house down with a pitch-perfect Celine Dion lip sync. Shantae, you all stay. Thanks, Mayor.
Love it. Thank you. Happy Easter and Passover to all those who celebrated those religious observances. I was also happy to celebrate Nowruz celebration, Persian New Year, with the Ismaili community at the Vendée Museum. It was a lovely day of dancing, community, and amazing food, and hope to continue to build partnership with them. Also just saved the date for the 3rd Annual Mental Health, Wellness, and Resource Fair on April 29th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. right here in the courtyard outside. It's hosted by our mobile crisis team and will offer interactive booths, hands-on activities, and info about services that support mental, emotional, and physical health. And that concludes announcements. And now we'll move to joint public comment on items not on the agenda. And again, we are going to follow what we've been practicing for the past 2 meetings and limiting joint public comment to 20 minutes, as it says in the agenda.
And Mayor, really quick, I have a request for an adjournment in memory as well. Sorry.
Yep.
There was a vice mayor. Her name is Nancy Bowen. She was a young elected official, and I knew her through Local Progress, Young Elected Officials Network, and other elected spaces. She was 38 years old. She was killed allegedly by her husband. It is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Domestic violence is something I continue to lift up as something we all collectively need to do more about. But I just wanted to lift her name in that space. She was incredibly young. She was getting ready to run for Congress in Florida and had a lot of support for her run. So I'm deeply impacted and sending many blessings to her family on this tremendous and unfortunate loss. So hopefully we could adjourn in her memory as well.
I see 5 nodding heads.
Let's do 90 seconds each for joint public comment.
Okay. And as we start to call the 37 speakers, 38, I will read the statement regarding hate speech and decorum. Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on a diverse community and inclusion of all persons, and we are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected. Meeting attendees are expected to observe the rules of decorum by treating others with courtesy, listening respectfully, providing fair and equal treatment for all persons and matters coming before the City Council, and allowing others to speak without interruption or intimidation. These guidelines help ensure a productive and accessible environment for all members of the public to engage in their local government process. Finally, while the council is here to listen to your comments regarding issues affecting the community, please remember that the public comment is not a forum for two-way conversations with council members or other individuals in the meeting. All comments should be directed to the mayor and the city council as a whole and facing forward so that the camera can also pick up on you.
Thank you, City Clerk. And since there's so many speakers, why don't we do 60 seconds each to try to capture all of them? And
Okay.
just for anyone who is not able to speak at this portion of the meeting, just know that later in the agenda, there's another opportunity to finish the joint public comment.
And also, if someone says something else that is what you were going to say, you can say, "Thank you, I cede my time." Okay.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and call our first 10 speakers. We have Monica Richardson, Stephanie Pryor, Debbie Gambino, Carolyn Labuser, Sheila Corsi, Nancy Furtado, Angelina Seeger, Consuelo Roman, Grace Salzone, and Imgard Gomez. Our first speaker is Monica Richardson, followed by Stephanie Pryor.
Just a side note, a young man, 18-year-old, whose house burned down in the Pacific Palisades, they moved to Manhattan Beach. And then he was run over and killed by a drunk illegal alien who was previously released by the city of LA. For a DUI, this illegal committed another DUI, killing this young man, like the family who had already lost their home in the Pacific Palisades. So I would really like them to be turned over. Good evening. Okay, you can't go ahead with the Save Overland. 100 spaces on the west side, 60 spaces on the east side. It's filled with regular apartments with regular people, senior citizens galore. Have you conducted a full ADA impact analysis? I doubt it. Okay, did you do an ADA transition plan? I bet it's no. I want the answer, because if you reduce the access, it's not just a policy choice, it's a legal access choice, and that is not an option. Okay, and you cannot remove the right turn lanes either on Washington and Culver. Thank you. Just shut down the Overland thing, okay?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephanie Pryor, followed by Debbie Gambino.
Hello. My name is Stephanie Pryor, and I've lived in this neighborhood for 29 years. I'm asking you to please rescind your vote, or at the very least, put aside the money allotted for Better Overland Project until further community input and studies can be done on impacts to traffic, parking, and curb and sidewalk access for the disabled. Please start repairing our sidewalks before implementing such a drastic change in our neighborhood. I'm especially concerned about the effects this proposed project will have on parking near the Rotary Plaza, which is a senior living apartment complex with already severely limited parking for its 100 residents. Caregivers, helpers, family members, and residents without assigned parking must find street parking, which is also limited. Your proposed project will take away all parking on the west side of Overland, which will then overcrowd parking on the east side of the street where the Rotary Plaza is, making it increasingly more difficult, if not impossible, not only for the residents without assigned parking to park, but for caregivers, helpers, and family members who many of the residents rely on for assistance to find parking.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Debbie Gambino, followed by Carolyn Labuser.
Whoops. All right. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here to express concerns regarding the proposed development on our corner, 4076, 4080 Lafayette Place. Let me begin by saying this is not an objection to housing. Culver City needs housing. The issue is whether the specific project at this scale is appropriate for this location. The proposal calls for a 6-story, approximately 65-foot building with around 40 units on a relatively small site, replacing low-density housing on a narrow residential street that is significant and abrupt increase in scale. That scale raises concerns about neighborhood compatibility, including privacy, access to sunlight, overall livability. Structure of this height would likely cast substantial shadows on adjacent homes. The site is also located near a recognized historic residential stretch. A building of this size risks overwhelming that context and permanently altering the character of the neighborhood. There are several environmental concerns related to drainage runoff. The project of this size with a large footprint and limited landscape may increase stormwater runoff and reduce natural whatever. So bottom line, you need a sequence.
Thank you, Ms. Gambino. Our next speaker is Carolyn Labuser, followed by Sheila Corsi.
Someone left their clipboard here. I think I have 3 slides. Do you have my slides?
I don't see them, sorry.
Okay, I sent them in. Okay, I'll get started. All right, what I wanted to say is that there was a study done in 2019, traffic study, and it rated Jefferson and Overland at F in terms of its level of service. Then, but in 2022, the staff report that was submitted to all of you to approve Better Overland, on one of the pages, it shows that from currently, to get from Washington all the way to Hannum takes 10 minutes in evening rush hour. Then it says further that after the project is done, it will magically take only 7 minutes to get from Washington all the way to Hannum. I mean, it's in this document right here, right here. 7 minutes to get from Washington and Overland to Hannum in evening rush hour. That's nuts. And I mean, we're going to do traffic calming, which means slowing the traffic through the intersection at Washington, and then Culver, and then Jefferson. It's all of it's on the city website. I mean, I didn't have to do very much research to find this out. So like, there's so much. They're taking out left turn lanes. They're making the right turn lane. They're taking out the little islands over there at Jefferson, the slip lanes. So it's going to be harder to turn right. All of it says right on the thing that it wants to slow traffic. So what's going to happen? Like, make our lives miserable. All right.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sheila Corsi, followed by Nancy Furtado.
Hello, I'm Sheila Corsi. I'm also a member of a senior vulnerable community. I live in Rotary Plaza. I've been there several years. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am very concerned with the possible changes to Overland Avenue. It's now hard to park at times. Where is all that traffic going to go? If you put obstacles for the families, as somebody else said, if it's not broken, why are you going to fix it? When I come to downtown Culver City, which I usually don't anymore, because it's very hard to park and it's very dangerous, there are several lights, and I don't know which way to go because there are bicyclists, make a right, make a left, where do I go? Do I park downstairs and then I have to pay a lot of money if I forget to validate? It's going to be a mess. We already have a mess because we have 2 traffic lights on Washington and Overland and Jefferson and Overland where I got a ticket. It was like $700 to $900. I heard the words respect and care. Care for us, please. Care for our families.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Furtado, followed by Angelina Seeger.
And if Angelina could get ready.
Yes, this is Nancy Furtado.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I would like to state that the proposed eliminating parking on Overland, please, that they not do that, because I agree with the previous speakers about the Rotary Plaza. It would really affect our building because we need the family members and caretakers come and they have no place to park. And I'm concerned about the traffic being congested more, which is already bad between 4 and 7 p.m. and early in the morning, people going to work. It would just make it much worse, I feel. So I would appreciate it if they could do an impact study and more study on the impact before actually deciding to do anything. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angelina Seeger, followed by Consuelo Roman.
Good evening, Council. I am an Eaton fire survivor, and we had a town council in Altadena who listened to the people and followed through on the people's needs. I'm now a Culver City resident living at the Rotary Plaza with 99 other residents who vote. We oppose this bike lane. We've never received any notification, and when it was requested, it was not produced. Does the council have such a vested interest in cyclists or work at the Department of Transportation? The city took away our back parking lot to make a safe camp, safe for homeless, but not for our seniors. The city is now allowing 2 RVs living on Jordan Way. One is a known drug resident who's living there. It's not safe. Our sidewalks, 3 of our residents fell on your damaged sidewalks, seriously injured. If you believe in karma or care for your people, do the right thing.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Consuelo Roman, followed by Grace Salzone.
Grace Salzone, followed by Imgard Gomez. Oh, sorry, Consuelo Roman, then Grace Salzone, right?
This is Consuelo.
Okay.
And I might need to interpret for her. She's going to do her best to do it in English.
Do you need this? Okay.
Digo mi nombre, sí, pero por Consuelo Román. Sí, mi opinión es que nosotros pensamos de que los perjudica las calles que van a reducir para los parqueos de los carros de las personas que no tenemos carro, que hay que ponerlos muy lejos y no podemos caminar tanto con los comprados que traemos. Y esa es mi opinión, porque nosotros vivimos en un lugar que es muy pequeño el parqueo y vivimos muchas señoras que tienen problemas por eso y pues esa es mi opinión y muchas gracias.
I know, Albert, you understand her. So what she's saying is that she's in opposition.
Can you please speak into the mic?
She said that she's in opposition of the Overland project and that there's a lot of ladies there that have difficulties walking and mobility. And she also said that when they try to bring groceries and stuff, that it's really hard for them to move, and that she's in opposition of the Overland project. Gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Grace Salzone, followed by Imgard Gomez. Grace Salzone.
She's hard of hearing. A little bit.
Good evening, council members. I'm Grace Salzone, and I am here to stop the changes proposed by the so-called Better Overland Project and ask the city council to rescind your vote. I'm here to support Save Overland from the construction of concrete bike lanes and the removal of substantial parking on Overland. This plan is totally ill-conceived and previously rejected by the citizens who live there. You do not have my support for a project that will negatively affect the quality of life of families and seniors who live on Overland between Venice and Jefferson Boulevards. I live in a large senior building on Overland, Rotary Plaza, and depend on safely walking to Ralph's and parking for my medical transportation and my guests. This construction will drastically reduce not only my quality of life, but also for the over 100 senior residents in my building, none of whom will be able to ride a bike. Many of my neighbors depend on their caregivers who need to have access to convenient parking.
Grace?
Thank you, Ms. Salzone.
Your time's up. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Imgard Gomez, and I'm just going to call our next 10 speakers: Carlos Valverde, Chaya Jones, Coco Rubalcava, Mimi Satterberg, Ana Maria Maldonado, Julie Gomez, Vanessa Raminian, Joy Rodriguez, Marcy Bond, and Michelle Perkins. So our next speaker is Imgard Gomez. I'm not seeing them in the chamber or online. Our next speaker is Carlos Valverde, followed by Chaya Jones, or accompanied by Chaya.
Good evening. My name is Chaya Jones, and I'm the youth member on ERAC this year and the student at Culver City High School. So ERAC has initially created a youth advisory committee and an ad hoc subcommittee designed to explore the idea of creating a youth advisory committee for the city of Culver City. Each member of the ad hoc subcommittee has expressed agreement in the positive value of creating a youth advisory committee. A number of cities already have youth advisory councils, like Los Angeles, Long Beach, and Palos Verdes. The ad hoc subcommittee found that the city would benefit greatly by creating a platform that advises the council on youth-related issues that would benefit from youth involvement. Some possible issues include advocating for more city-sponsored youth services, helping assess the youth impact of city projects, initiating youth development programs, and raising awareness of city systems, services, and events, also with addressing current city-related issues.
So we are here to request that ERAC's 2025-26 work plan be amended for this year to include this continued work. If amended, the ad hoc subcommittee will continue the research, the formation of the youth formation of a youth advisory committee, and if determined, make an appropriate recommendation to the council at a later date. Thank you.
I'd be in favor of exploring that, if we get nodding heads. Thank you.
I see 4 nodding heads. Staff will bring back a report.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Coco Rubalcava, followed by Mimi Satterberg. She's not here?
Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Mimi Satterberg, followed by Ana Maria Maldonado. Okay, not seeing them online.
Oh.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Ana Maria Maldonado, and I live in Jefferson Boulevard, and I live in a nursing home. and the arrangement that they're going to make in the sidewalk and the parking lot and everything going to affect us, everybody, the older people. And I am 90 years old, and it's a lot of people my age. They have the same feelings, and I wish you have some compassion for us, because believe it or not, one day you're going to be there, and somebody going to try to do this to you. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you, Ms. Maldonado. Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Guzman, followed by Vanessa Rahimanian.
Good evening. My name is Julie Guzman, and I am a graduate student at the University of Southern California, studying social work with a focus on children, youth, and families. Thank you for taking your time. I'm here to speak about language barriers in the accessing social service in Culver City. As someone raised in a Latino and Filipino immigrant household, I've seen how hard it can be to navigate systems when English isn't your first language. Even when resources exist, they don't always feel accessible. In a city as diverse as Culver City, this creates real gaps in cares. Parents may struggle to access services, and in many cases, children are placed in the position of translating sensitive or complex information for their families. This is not just about convenience, it's about equitable access. I urge the council to continue investing in language access by increasing bilingual staff, expanding translated materials, and strengthening partnerships with community organizations. Small changes can make a meaningful difference in people's lives. Thank you.
Mayor, we are at 8:02, 20 minutes from the time we started.
Okay, thank you. We will move on. And as I said before, if you weren't able to make it in this portion, there's another portion in the agenda where we'll continue joint public comment on items not on the agenda. And may I get a motion to receive and file correspondence?
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Fish, a second from Councilmember Vera. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
All right, we'll move on to consent calendar. Are there any items that you'd like to be pulled for separate discussion? Starting with Councilmember Vera.
I'd like to pull C14, not for a discussion, but I think we should wait until after we hear A2 to decide how we move forward with C14.
Okay, Mayor Fish?
Yes, C11, please. And I don't need a staff report.
Great. Councilmember O'Brien? Councilmember McMorrin? Okay, let's go to...
Sorry, we also need to pull C7 for an update on a clerical error, and for the fire chief to make a comment. And then we have speakers on, I believe, let's see, C4 and C9.
Okay. Do we want to start with C7?
Sure. We're going to do the speakers first for C4 and C9 while we get a representative from Human Resources here.
Great, let's do 90 seconds each.
Our speakers for the consent calendar are as follows. B. Elliott for item C4, Jacoby Cossum for C4, Michelle Rashanzamir for C4, Diego De Los Andes for C4, Trevor Davis for C4, Marcy Bond for C9, Melissa Sanders for C9, and Diego Olmos for C4. Our first speaker is B. Elliott. B. Elliott for item C4.
Mr. Mayor, council members, good evening. The Olympics is coming to Los Angeles again. Once is a lot. More than once is great fortune. I'm here to represent artists here in Los Angeles. I'm an artist. I have a personal connection to Culver City, having been a costume design intern at Center Theater Group. I studied ballet with the late, great Stefan Venta, and we're here to ask for your support in our funding. We've watched LA, her, him, they, burn, slide, and show us double rainbows. Our work has been impacted by contraction in this market right now, our economy. We want you to see who we are. We live here. We love the city. LA is adjacent to Culver City. I lived adjacent to Culver City. Culver City is a gateway in this great town. From the birds to East LA, from Culver City to the Pacific, we are here. We're ambassadors. We are mutable ambassadors for the city. We ask for your support. We ask for your help. We ask for your memory and your visual acknowledgement of who we are and our participation, even though we may not be before you constantly. And obviously, we are here, and we would like.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacoby Cossum, followed by Michelle Rashanzamir.
And if Michelle could get ready to speak, it's always helpful when you're lined up. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Jacoby Cossum, and I'm a consultant with Artist Magnet Justice Alliance. And I'm asking you to vote yes on the RFP to support art activations in Culver City during the Olympics and Paralympics. I want to speak plainly about what it means to move through the city as an artist and as a person who is constantly navigating access. Too often, public spaces are designed as if only certain bodies belong in it. Too often, Black artists are welcomed for entertainment, but not invested in as leaders, workers, and culture bearers. And too often, disability access is treated like an add-on instead of a starting point. This is why this decision matters. SoCal 28 is just not about putting on performances during the Olympics and Paralympics. It's about whether Culver City is willing to fund a public cultural vision that includes people who are usually pushed to the margins of civic life. It's about whether artists who live and work here will have paid opportunities, real visibility, and a role in shaping how this city presents itself to the world. One that includes access, transportation, artist fees, public participation, and programming that reflects the full humanity of the people who live here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'm not sure that these are part of the consent item, which is an MOU with the Cultural Arts Foundation.
I think they're responding just to support of the MOU.
The MOU?
Because it's
Okay.
related to the art.
Got it.
That's what I'm
Is that-
gathering, but
That's what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Russian-Samir, followed by Diego de los Andes.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. My name is Michelle Roshan-Zamir, and I am a consultant for SoCal 28, a local Olympic Arts Festival. I'm urging you all to support the RFP to fund arts activations in Culver City in 2028. In 2028, the Olympic Games will be running in June with the Paralympics in August. And that means that the eyes of the world will be in our region, and Culver City should not just be a place that people will just be passing through. It should be a cultural destination that tells its own story. And SoCal 2028 offers a strong vision for that. It's designed by local artists affected by the fires and the recent cuts to arts funding. And as a public pop-up arts festival built around iconic Culver City venues like the Kirk Douglas, like the Ivy Substation, like the Culver Hotel, while also activating transit routes, storefronts, and public spaces. In other words, it puts Culver City itself on the stage. And it's also a practical investment. The proposal features more than 100 local artists participating, with over 50% of the budget going directly to local artist fees. It also includes a plan to connect audiences from the Culver City Metro Station to festival sites using the Culver City bus routes, aligning with Culver City's own zero-emission transit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle, the representative for Cultural Affairs and the Culver Arts Foundation are right back here if you want to talk to them further. Okay. They'd be happy to work with you, and same with everyone else.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diego de los Andes, followed by Trevor Davis.
Good evening, Mayor, Council Member. My name is Diego de los Andes. I'm a street performer and artist working with the SoCal 28 Olympics Art Festival, currently in development. Well, I'm going to be very fast on this. I have traveled 3 continents doing a street performance, doing clown, doing circus, juggling, and I have seen the change that performance in public space can make. I have seen people who have a bad day, and after a show, after someone smile, after someone look at them, they have changed their own reality. And I think with all this new technology that we have currently, like the AI, the development of this industry, that is part of us right now. This city have the potential to be the pioneer in street performance, in public arts. This city holds the potential to be one of the leading cities in the world for public art. With all the global attention from the 2028 approaching, the world will be watching. And I believe this is a chance for Culver City to lead with vision, to invest in its cultural future and participate in shaping a city that is not only functional, but is alive, is connected, and that reflects the creativity of the community. I respectfully ask for your support in voting yes on this request for proposal. Thank you so much for your considerations.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Trevor Davis, followed by Marcy Bond.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. My name is Trevor Davis, also speaking on behalf of the SoCal 28 Arts Festival. I'm a consultant, advocate, community organizer who has spoken for years to uplift the essential value of the arts and culture in civic life, not just as a tool, not just as a decoration or entertainment, but really a tool to revitalize, educate, activate, connect, heal our communities. Culver City is such a great beneficiary of the creative economy and the value of cultural placemaking. And the Olympics provide an opportunity to bring that to the global stage, to bring people through our arteries of our city and bring them right into the beauty that is Culver City. So I urge you to support the RPF for arts activations in Culver City during the Olympics. This is about more than performances. It is about whether Culver City treats the arts as a real civic infrastructure that builds belonging, connection, and public life. And in 2028, like I said, the world will be watching. So Culver City's own cultural program framework and the Community Cultural Equity Plan call for investing in local artists, cultural experiences, and community connection. Please vote yes and help Culver City meet this moment with intention, imagination, and real commitment.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marcy Vaughn, followed by Melissa Sanders.
Good evening. I wanted to speak about what's going on Ocean Avenue. The last time this was discussed was almost, a year and 3 months ago about doing this project. While all of us support there being a way for students to get to their schools and for Ocean Avenue to be one way for them to get there, for the parents to be able to pull up to a curb and let their kids walk across the bridge to the schools. The biggest issue I have is if the sidewalk is going to be cutting down trees on a day that you talked about celebrating Arbor Day. This seems a little ironic, and a little more than ironic. And it also seems like it's not very environmentally friendly. These are giant trees that consume a lot of CO2 and produce oxygen. So this is something to think about, more than think about. And this shouldn't be a consent item. It should be brought back so that the public could actually discuss it again before a decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Diego Olmos.
And this is what I was talking about. You guys need to be thoughtful and respectful and stop saying things and then 20 minutes later ignore the fact that you just made a proclamation about trees and the environment and the earth. This should not be a consent item. This should have been something that should have been up for discussion. For some reason, our trees are under attack across the city, and I don't understand that. I don't understand how adding concrete and removing trees makes our city somehow more environmentally friendly. And that is a huge concern that I have, because between what you're doing on Ocean, your push for better Overland, your push for Sepulveda, and yes, your push for even Alenda, your attempt at removing the best part of Culver City, which is our trees, is terrifying and horrible and makes absolutely zero sense. You guys keep claiming this is all to help combat climate change, and yet you remove the thing that helps us the most. So for the love of everything green, please stop. Think about what you're really doing. And is there a better way to accomplish something without hurting the environment? That's what we're asking. Maybe take a step back and look at some new options instead of adding concrete just because you feel like you can.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Diego Olmos. Not seeing them in the chamber or online. That was our final speaker for consent calendar.
All right, thank you for that. Just want to go back to, are we going to hear C7?
Yes.
Okay, do we want to do that now or?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have something?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Dana Anderson, Chief Human Resources Officer, with a brief staff report for consent item 7, which Stephanie Condren will be reading. I just also wanted to take the opportunity to thank our Firefighters Association and Fire Management Group for working with the city on this item.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Before you tonight are 2 proposed 3-year memoranda of understandings. between the city and the Culver City Fire Management Group and the Culver City Firefighters Association. These agreements are the result of labor negotiations with both labor groups and reflect updates to compensation, benefits, and other terms and conditions of employment. For the Fire Management Group, the proposed MOU includes the following key changes. A 3-year term that begins retroactive to July 1st, 2025 and ends on June 30th, 2028. A title change from Assistant Fire Chief to Deputy Fire Chief. Addition of the Wildland Fire Safety Training Annual Refresher, also known as the WF Star Certificate, pay beginning at 4% of base salary in fiscal year 25-26, increasing to 7% in 26-27, and reaching 10% in 27-28 for members who complete the annual RT 130 certification. Including the battalion chief classification to be eligible for management incentive pay, and updates to the cafeteria benefit plan effective July 1st, 2026, including use of Kaiser Region 3 premiums as the benchmark for all coverage tiers, plus $100 for dental and vision, and a cap on opt-out amounts at $600. For the Firefighters Association, the proposed MOU includes the same 3-year term beginning retroactive to July 1st, 2025 and ending on June 30th, 2028. And it also includes the same WF Star Certificate pay structure beginning at 4% and increasing to 10%, as well as the same cafeteria benefit plan modifications effective July 1st, 2026. In accordance with Senate Bill 1436, this oral report is provided tonight to summarize the compensation, which includes Fire Chief Kenneth Powell, prior to City Council taking final action. SB 1436 requires this report to be presented during the same open meeting in which action is considered. In addition, there is a correction to read into the record for the Fire Management MOU, Article 4, Section H2, to reflect the Public Employees Medical and Hospital Care Act, amount of up to $797.14 per month based on plan enrollment for retiree only, and pre-65 spousal dependent coverage shall be provided up to an additional $675.06 subject to vesting. This is a correction only and not an additional increase. And Dana Anderson, Chief Human Resources Officer, and I are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any questions from council members? Okay, thank you very much for that report. All right, we'll go to C9, which was just called for by Councilmember O'Brien, C11, and C14. Do you need a staff report?
No, just a question. Hey, Director Dimitri.
Good evening.
Do not need a staff report. Just question, what's the city's policy whenever a tree is removed?
We have a replanting ratio of 2 to 1.
Okay. Do you know the fence along the Ocean Drive, between Ocean Drive and the creek, is that the precise division between
Between the city and the county.
and the county? Okay. And the plans for the construction plans are already complete? We're looking at that, I'm looking at them online right now?
Correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. C11.
Thanks, Mayor. Excuse me. Yeah, so colleagues, this one is for a request by Apple to use our bus lane and bus stop facility for their shuttle, their employee shuttle. So this one, I would like to ask for support to bring to the mobility subcommittee. Not saying no, of course. I just, there are some issues with this particular vehicle obstructing the bus lane that is a multi-million-dollar investment by the city. Of course, it's public infrastructure, so I just want to make sure that we're using it appropriately and that folks, especially people who are biking, don't have to weave around it. It uses it for loading and unloading, or at least that's what the memo, the agreement, the MOU stipulating, but I talked to staff and would love to just have another set of eyes and another opportunity to get community input on it in the mobility subcommittee. It's $2,500 is what per year is all the city would be getting from this arrangement. So I feel that if we're going to be allowing a company to use public space, it might be worth a conversation in that way. Thanks, colleagues.
All right, Councilor. Since I'm in favor of it going to the subcommittee, I would like a discussion. I'd like to be able to promote as many people out jumping into their cars as possible. So to, consider that this is keeping people from, jumping in their car to go wherever they're going. So if it fits into everything that we're trying to accomplish.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah, Councilmember, I agree. There's a potential benefit. I just want to weigh the costs as well. Appreciate it.
Okay, is there consensus to pull or to redirect C11? Okay, we'll do that. And then C14, Councilmember Vera.
Yeah, I don't need any staff report, but in fact, I want to talk to the city manager. We'll wait for him. I just think it would be wise to hold it off on voting for it until we see, I think it's item A1.
That's correct. I think it makes sense too if we could hold off until voting on it until after the discussion and consideration from council as it relates to the JPA on item A1.
Okay. Any objections?
Just one, from my recollection, and this predates our city manager, our current city manager, but I do recall that we implemented this fiscal emergency so that we could implement or go to the voters for Measure CL. It wasn't a drastic shift in any of our financial status as a city. It was a procedural mechanism to ensure that we were able to collect $1 to $2 million additional dollars off of the sales tax. So while I look forward to A1, I don't recall this really being in response to any fiscal emergency. It was a procedural mechanism to ensure we could support the city. But if we want to wait, that's cool too, but I just wanted to state for the record that was my procedural recollection. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, let's just vote on C1 through 10 and 12 through 13.
All right, I have a motion from Councilmember O'Brien, a second from Councilmember Vera. And that's to approve the consent calendar. Items C1 through C10 and C12 and 13. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously. And if you wouldn't mind, if we could do a vote for C11 to remand, or I'm sorry, C9, right?
You were right, C11.
No, C11.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I have to find it. Here we go. If we could get a motion to remand it to the Mobility Subcommittee, please. I have a motion from Vice Mayor Fish, a second from Mayor Puza.
Sorry.
Direct. There we go. Okay. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously. And then C14 will be heard after A1.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to action items. Action item 1, approvals by the city and the Housing Authority of the joint exercise of powers agreement between the city and the Housing Authority for the formation of the Culver City Public Finance Authority, including adoption of respective related resolutions and other direction to the city manager, executive director as deemed appropriate. And may I get a staff report, please? Your mic's not on.
I'm sorry, we're going to have Jay who is from ORIC, who's the city's lawyer, bond lawyer, and also to PFM, who's the city's financial advisor. Step to the podium and provide a report on this. But first, I'd like to have Steve provide an insular report, and then the consultants will go through the detail of their presentation.
Thank you, City Manager Jones. Hi, I'm Steve Agostini, the Chief Financial Officer for the city. I'll go through this quickly and then turn it over to the consultants. The request from the staff is for the council to authorize the creation of a joint powers authority or public financing authority for purposes of assisting the city to recover its investments in affordable housing that were done in the last and current fiscal year, along with giving us, the city, the ability to finance a range of public infrastructure as well as additional affordable housing investments over the next year or so. I will turn to both the Representative Jade from ORIC as well as the PFM representative to walk you through the structures of that, and then be happy to take questions or answer other points of inquiry that you may have.
Hello. And are you able to put up the slides? Thank you.
I hope.
Council members, Mayor Ryan Kaplan from PFM. We serve as the city's financial advisor. Thank you very much for having us. Also representatives from ORIC, and I'll have them introduce themselves when they come up. So just to give an overview of the financing, again, this is to allow the city to enter into a term sheet with Barclays to purchase both taxable and tax-exempt bonds issued by the JPA. Just as an overview, it's to issue approximately $35.9 million of bonds that will fund economic development projects in the taxable tranche, which is about $27.5 million, to fund costs associated with it and capitalize interest, as well as about $8 million of tax-exempt eligible project proceeds, which are general city infrastructure projects. We are targeting the close prior to June 30th, 2026. So that'll come into play here a couple of different times. Next slide, please. So generally, we worked with the city beginning around the beginning of March to determine the best method of sale. Really, there are two general methods we'll describe here: a public offering, which is what many people think of when you go to the capital markets. City gets a credit rating, issues bonds in the capital market. Many investors may bid on those bonds to get a achievable and market interest rate. It requires a full official statement, disclosure documents, and approximately 2 weeks in the market to actually solicit the bonds, find investors, and to get the best pricing. The other method is when the city arranges directly with a bank to purchase the bonds and negotiate the bonds directly, which is called a direct purchase. They are still based on market rates. They are still set at the market time, but you're really working with one bank solely. It does cut down on a lot of the marketing time, what I will say, which is what we went through and considered here. We did interview 2 different direct purchase banks. We interviewed 3 different underwriting firms. The project team, with everything discussed, both the cost of capital and the timing to complete the execution of the project, decided that the direct purchase was the right way to go with Barclays. Next slide, please. And I'll hand it off to Ork to describe the structure in detail.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Kevin Hale. I'm an attorney with Orrick, Harrington, and Sutcliffe. We're serving as your bond counsel on this. So we've been tasked by the city manager and city staff to present financing possibilities, and what is being presented is the formation of a joint powers authority, which is the principal tool that California cities and counties use to have a general fund obligation extended into a multi-year repayment obligation. It is by typically a lease payment obligation between the general fund and the JPA. A JPA is simply a agreement by which 2 local agencies come together. They are able to exercise under the JPA law powers that are common to the 2 of them, or certain bonding powers that allow additional financing and assistance to public agency type powers under the JPA law. So it's a separate legal entity. Its liabilities, its obligations are only those that the separate legal agency contracts. It's created under state law, as I said, to exercise these shared powers, and it's simply formed by a written agreement between the city and, in this case, the housing authority. These have been in practice and in operation in California since back to the 70s. The city has had previously a JPA of its own, which it used to exercise the powers of redevelopment. That JPA is still alive, but because its powers are so limited to redevelopment, it made sense really to start over with one that had broader powers and just suited all of the purposes that the city was talking about for this structure. So, as we say here, the new JPA is proposed to provide broader financing options for the city beyond redevelopment. The name that has been come up with is the Culver City Public Financing Authority. We've talked about a wider range of powers for infrastructure financing, public facilities typically. It goes further, though, for working capital, insurance needs. There's a variety of powers under the Act that the city is allowed to use the JPA to exploit. And again, it's a necessary partner for the city to have access to bond markets in the way that cities and counties most often issue general fund obligations. As we've set up the terms of the agreement, and in the interest of the city and kind of the most abbreviated and understandable way to consider the powers, we've set it up so that the city council serves as ex officio governing body of the JPA. So you have this JPA that's formed by the housing authority and the city. It's a separate entity. It's going to have its own governing board. Its meetings will be required to be held generally at meetings of the city council on those evenings, insofar as it's required to have a regular calendar of meetings. So again, to ease administration of staff, the idea is to have the housing authority, the JPA meet on city council evenings, as does the housing authority, as does your other governing bodies. Again, all major decisions would be made by the city council. Operations of the JPA are integrated with city administrative functions, so the JPA would not have staff, at least at the outset, different from city staff. Staff would handle the few functions that the JPA would be required to implement. And again, the liabilities of the JPA are expressly limited to the terms set out in the JPA agreement in any financing contract that the JPA enters into. So typically, the JPA would only have the liability or obligation that would be expressed in a contract between the city and the JPA, most often a lease agreement. It would not have other obligations unless it expressly undertook those for very limited purposes, really. A main purpose is to, as has been employed in California principally since Prop 13 and other limitations under California law, to avoid what are otherwise requirements for many obligations to go to a vote of the people to be able to incur a multi-year obligation. So instead, by exercising the leasing power, the city can employ what is otherwise a sort of mortgage structure, a borrowing, a multi-year borrowing. This has been well tested throughout the state. It has gone to the Supreme Court of the state of California. And as I say, the city has previously had an entity like this. I'll just cut to the last point here. The ongoing benefits of the structure that we're talking about in the agreement that is being proposed, it's a flexible agreement. It maintains flexibility for going forward to exercise all of the powers that are under the JPA law. It is able to be amended by action again, like this first approval of the City Council as governing board of the city and governing board of the Housing Authority as other members. It is open to add other members. If the city saw a regional solution where it wanted to have a neighboring city or the like, or one of the city's other entities join the JPA agreement for further exercise of powers, that's also open as a possibility. So I think with that, I'll turn it over to Jade.
Thanks, Kevin, and good evening. My name is Jade Turner-Bond. I'm from Oric, and thanks for having me here again. I appreciate that. I want to just go through the lease structure one more time. As Kevin mentioned, this is one of the exceptions to the constitutional debt limit. And so, you know, the lease structure again is that the leased asset here is going to be the 2 parking garages. The city, those parking garages are held by the city in fee title. We've ran the title report. So the first step will be the city will lease those parking garages to the JPA under the ground lease. The second step will be the JPA will lease those parking lots back to the city under the facility lease or the lease agreement. And then the city then will pay base rental payments, and those base rental payments will be used to pay debt service on the bonds. Next slide. So the JPA will issue these lease revenue bonds to fund infrastructure projects, economic development projects. The city will makes the lease payment for the use of those projects to repay the bonds, and that's the debt service on the bonds. Again, this structure avoids needing voter approval for this obligation. The documents that you're going to see at the next council meeting, which is on the next meeting that we're presenting at, is 4/27. The documents you'll see approving resolutions of the city and the JPA. You're also going to see the ground lease, and again, that's that agreement between where the city leases the parking garages to the JPA. You also see the lease agreement where that's the JPA is leasing it back to the city, and that payment stream is going to be used to pay off the bonds. You'll see a trust agreement or / indenture, which is the agreement between the JPA and the city and the trustee who will be administering the bonds for the bondholders. Within 90 days after the closing of the transaction, the purchaser, Barclays, would like the city to, or the JPA to do an official statement. And so that really is going to go through information about the JPA, information about the city. We'll pull a lot of the information from your ACFR, your most recent release ACFR, and put that into the document. There will also be a continuing disclosure agreement, which we're going to discuss that along with the OS a little bit later in the slide deck.
Okay, I'll cover this one quickly because I've already covered most of these points. In the largest respect here, the city is in a good position to be able to utilize the Housing Authority here as a partner to the city to implement this structure. It is enviable in the sense that many cities go to one of the statewide JPAs and pay an annual fee and an issuance fee to be able to have the same sort of partnering. So here the city is achieving efficiencies. It has a captive member that it is going to be able to share a governing board. It's going to have all the flexibility to approach financings and the use of these financing tools every time it has a multi-year need. So in all of those respects, it really streamlines the ability to mount a capital financing when the city has that to consider. I can almost share the rest of this side with Ryan here, because the JPA structure just has broad support. It's well recognized in the market. It is just the financing tool that is most often employed by California cities looking for a multi-year solution to a financing need.
And as the representatives from ORIC shared, right, the JPA doesn't have revenue without it being pledged to by the city, so it can't go act on its own. It really doesn't have resources to act independently, let's say. And as Kevin said, it is widely accepted in the market. The leased structure within California law is widely used to do debt financings. So we just want to go over what this is all indicative as of March 30th. And we'll go over the timeline, but the bonds would not be priced until 2 days prior to closing. It would be reflective of interest rates as of that date. So these are all subject to change, but this is our best look at it right now, and it's reflective of the Barclays term sheet with the facts we have today. So the taxable bonds, I'll go through those first. Again, those are higher interest rate because they are not federally and state exempt from taxes. So investors demand a higher rate there. They will fund affordable housing and other economic development projects as deemed by council and by city staff. It's about $27.5 million is what the estimated amount is today. Final maturity will be up to 30 years. We'll make sure we structure that to get the lowest ultimate cost while keeping a level payment by the city to the JPA. The first payment, we've structured this as the first payment from the city to the JPA. The first lease payment would be in January of 2028. So we've capitalized interest to give a year for city budgetary purposes. The indicative yield of the taxable tranche is about 4.8 to 5.8%. It ranges based on the point of maturity of those bonds. It is subject to a make-whole call, which just means the bondholder, which is initially Barclays, may be someone else in the future, but they are made economically whole for paying off the bonds early. Tax-exempt bonds, which are more traditional bonds, are going to be used for city capital projects. It's sized to about $8.3 million right now, like I said, to deliver about $8 million of traditional city infrastructure projects. Same thing, up to 30 years. Same thing, first payment 2028. The rate on those is about 3.14% to 5% is the indicative rate, and those are what you'll see as a traditional 10-year par call type structure. So after 10 years, the expectation would be if the rate environment was such, you would call the bonds and restructure them. It does require a city credit rating. Right now, the city's wastewater system is rated AA+ by S&P. The city's general fund does not have a current rating. We would be applying for a rating, and the expectation is to apply for one rating through S&P. Like we said, we will price bonds 2 days before closing. So we will work with Barclays. PFM will negotiate the rates there based on market conditions at that time. There's an additional direct purchase premium that is added to that, which is the cost of doing a direct placement, but again, economically and structurally, it's the right decision that the whole group wanted to go with. The big thing that Jade mentioned was the offering document. So in a traditional public sale, you would have to create the offering document, which would take time. You'd have to go to market for a couple weeks before you price, and then it's usually 2 weeks to close. So a much longer lead time. Here we're able to get the rating, essentially, price bonds, close 2 days later, and deliver the document post-closing, which meets the timeline of closing prior to June 30th. So we wanted to run this just so you could see what the indicative debt service schedule or lease schedule is. These would be, again, about the payments that would be due from the city to the JPA to pay for debt service. We've sized it to be approximately $2.5 million annually. There would be two payments. One would be an interest-only payment, the larger payment being in January of each year, beginning in January 1 of 2028. Next slide, please. So again, just to recap it, this is what it looks like today. We will be coming back to the next council meeting with a full request to enter, to approve the financing. This is to enter into the term sheet. So the par amount on the taxables, about 27.5 million, tax exempts 88.3 million. The one thing I want to note on this slide that is different than you haven't seen on the other slides is the blend-in rate. So if someone's saying and asking you, what is the rate you were achieving here? The all-in TIC, which is the true interest cost, which adds in the fees and really accounts for what project proceeds you benefit from, it's about 5.54%. So that would be the rate. If someone asks you, what rate did you get on those bonds? That's the blended rate for the two issuances. You can see the timeline. Today we're sitting April 13th. We will be coming back to you April 27th if you choose to enter into this term sheet. We expect to receive a rating from S&P mid-May. We need your approval at the next meeting really to enter into the bond transaction before we submit for a rating. We would price bonds June 2nd and conceivably close on June 4th.
Let me add some context to this. I know we've talked about it previously in other meetings, but I think, sometimes it's always good to add context for folks who may be, seeing this for the first time. We started early on in December looking at ways to deliver to the council a balanced budget, and also to ways to generate alternative mechanisms for the council to engage in additional affordable housing efforts if it chose to in the future, and ways to finance deferred maintenance items or public infrastructure projects, in a way that would be allowed outside of the general fund. The reason we chose that as a strategy was that we wanted to accomplish a couple things. One, we were shooting to add liquidity in the general fund and enhance our current reserve position that's in the general fund. What I'm proposing here in this finance structure is to allow for the proceeds that will be issued by the JPA, not by the city, but the JPA, is that the city would transfer its affordable housing obligations related to Jubilo, but also we've got a couple of other additional affordable housing projects that's going on that's important as well, to the JPA. Doing so would relieve the reserve requirement that's in the general fund, and those dollars would fall back to the general fund. Ultimately, the reserves which would in itself create a better position within the general fund. Secondly, what we would like to be able to do out of those proceeds is to have the JPA reimburse the city back for out-of-pocket expenses that it has incurred associated with the newfound projects that it would be accepting as a part of its new charge. Those reimbursements would go back to the general fund and would be used under our proposed budget that we would be providing to you here shortly, as a mechanism to cover expenses for the Housing and Human Services Department, which historically the city has used those funds to do. So again, adding additional liquidity to the general fund. Secondly, after transferring those obligations over, we would be asking, at least my proposal to you, council, would be to ask that the JPA also fund and take care of additional affordable housing initiatives that will be soon to come. In addition, we have some deferred maintenance items and some projects that is just well needed for care that was expressed to the community, to us as we got out about doing our Let's Talk conversations with the community. Those improvements includes improvements to our park system, Bots Field is one, but also two includes improvements to sidewalks and streets and alleyways and just some of those basic deferred items, including the appropriate management of some of our tree canopies. And so what does this do overall, and how does it help? It helps us overall as we look at the city's financials and how we manage sort of delivering to you a balanced budget. It allows us to pay for one-time infrastructure investments, including affordable housing. And it puts us in a position so that we can combine with other enhancements that we'll be proposing to you, sort of bend the curve over the next few years as revenue from the city catch up and overtake our expenses. That's the overall goal and into why we wanted to tap this vehicle. And when I look at it, I always say that when you're financing projects in debt, it's important that they're principled, they're targeted, and they're focused. Here, the strategy would be principled in that the investments would be towards advancing affordable housing, which is a priority that you have established as a council. Principled in that it would be catching up and advancing public improvement projects, which you have also to squared away as a part of your priorities and your retreat. And you've gotten feedback from the community on, and you have responded to that. And then they're targeted in that we can get in, complete the projects in a measurable way, and focused in that once the projects are completed, we can have data talk about how they benefit the overall city. And so that's the reason I am proposing this to you. One of the reasons I'm also proposing to you that we do a direct purchase versus a public sale is that the direct purchase does two things for us. One, in a market that's volatile with all the craziness that's going on in Iran and the impacts to the credit markets overall, it gives us a degree of certainty. And it does so in a way where we've got a market competitive rate that's been offered to us at a blended basis. You heard them talk about 5.5%. But when you look at the tax exempt and also the taxable rate, I concur with the city's financial advisor that it is a market competitive rate and a good rate for us. And then secondly, it allows for us to be able to position the city so that we could actually utilize the resources from it as we look at offsetting risks and balancing the city's financial system overall. But then also, too, it's a part of an overall picture in that, as we talked about in your retreat, there would be some other things to follow as well, not just balancing the budget, that's one thing, making needed investment, that's another, but also, too, we would be also following up with the city. Ernst & Young would be engaged to do a financial plan for the city overall, and as a part of that financial plan, also to do a stress test and market of your reserve fund and your overall competitiveness of that. So that's the reason why I'm proposing to the council that you take this action tonight. I want to also to clarify something. The action tonight does two things. First thing it does is it allows for the structure, meaning the Joint Powers Authority, to be created. No debt has been issued and will not be issued until the Joint Powers Authority is created and that the council, acting as both the board of the JPA, but obviously in your role as council, take actions to issue the debt and decide on how proceeds of that debt will be spent. And that comes as a normality, a normal process as a part of the budget, but also too, it will sort of crank up at the next meeting. The second thing it does is, her mention of the term sheet tonight, as the financial advisor and the lawyers mentioned, after the council took action in March, we took council's direction and went out to the market and tested the market to see, prove the concept, but also to evaluate, what interest rates we can get and what deal we can get that would be a competitive deal for the city. Looked at recent transactions that have been done here locally. There was a recent transaction recently done, I believe, in LA, right? And then and measured up how those transactions aligned with this and whether or not they were competitive. In addition to that, as we went out and tested the market, we spoke to several other underwriting teams because we wanted to make sure we had a good balance of a market test. The second reason that I'm recommending that we do it is that from a timing perspective, you heard them mention the flexibility. We receive other proposals from others, but the proposal from Barclays allowed us to complete a POS, which is considered a public offering statement post-close. And what that does is gives us more flexibility, and the lawyers can explain to you what POS mean, and the financial advisor. But it gave us the ability, it lends us the ability to move more flexibly given our budget schedule and other discussions that the council will be having on a moving forward basis as it relates to the spend of the proceeds and what accountability measures the councils expect to be put in place. That happens in concert with the creation of the JPA. And so the first thing tonight would be just to authorize the Joint Powers Authority to be created. And then what we would be doing is coming back to you with more detailed documents at your next meeting on the 27th. So with that, I want to open it up for questions, but I wanted to make sure I sort of frame that and put that in appropriate context. Overall, I know that, sometimes, we've had this conversation, I know in public, I know I've talked about it in 7 meetings, and I know we've had 3 council meetings where we discussed it, and then obviously retreat, but sometimes people are hearing things for the first time, and I just wanted to make sure, we tap that to say, hey, this is what we're looking at, what we're trying to do, and that's why I'm proposing it to you for your consideration. And with that, I answer any questions you all might have.
Great. Thank you for the presentation and for the comments by City Manager. City Clerk, before we go into questions, do we want to describe a process that we're going to experiment with?
Yes, indeed. The members of the Standing Governance Subcommittee have been working on different ways to ensure efficiency. Some of them we didn't get to tonight, but we are going to work on one, and that is going to be, if you would, you are able to request to speak, and it should be on your item. You should be able to see a button that says request to speak. When that happens, we'll see it, we'll be able to call, and we'll be able to time you. And what we're going to try and do is keep it down to 10 minutes per item inclusive. So if you speak 5 minutes during the questions and discussion, and then you come back and want another shot, we're going to try and add to that number. So we're just going to get an idea of how much time is being spent by council discussion. And then we'll see how we'll move forward.
And that's 10 minutes per person, right? Not per item?
Per person, per item.
Got it. Great. Just wanted to clarify. Max. Yes.
Maximum.
You don't need to go that full amount. Thank you.
There also are no minimums, so you can choose.
That's an option.
If you have nothing to say.
Okay, so first I see Councilmember Vieira. We'll just go to questions first, and then we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Mr. Jones, I got a question for you, and it sort of had me causes concern. You had mentioned in reading why you brought this forward that this will allow council on how to spend the money. Was I correct in hearing that?
Yeah, the council will be the initial board of directors for the JPA, and in that role for the JPA, as also too in your role as the city council, you will decide on, obviously, what the proceeds should be spent on, and direct me and the staff on how to do that. That obviously gets ratified as a part of your budget that I intend to submit to you pursuant to the charter on May 11th.
Right. All right, thank you. I find it actually sort of scary, troublesome, especially after the $20 million giveaway that my colleagues voted on. So it's feasible to say whatever money that this brings in, we could sort of just give it all away, and all we need is council approval on that. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, the city charter says the governing body determines what the, what appropriations look like. I believe that this is a prudent item to do, as it will allow, as I've mentioned before, us to make strategic investments, not only in affordable housing, but other public infrastructure projects. And it'll do it in a way where it will enhance the overall liquidity in the general fund.
Right.
And reserve fund.
Understood. I have some other questions, comments. I'll save my time for later. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, everyone, and welcome, CFO Agostini. Glad to have you on board. Question for you, and I wish I would have given you a heads up ahead of time. You may not know this. Do you know the dollar amount below our 30% contingency reserve we are?
I don't have it offhand, but I can get it.
It's 21%.
We're down to 20. I seem to remember something like $15 million or $17 million. Okay. I just bring that up because it looks like Ms. Shableton's going to pull it up. But we were, per council policy, we need to devise a strategy to repay that, and I think it was over 5 years.
Yeah, so the current policy, investment policy, requires the city manager provide a financial plan to the city council anytime you dip below your 30% threshold. I wasn't here last year, so I can't count for that, but what my plan is to have the accounting firm Ernst & Young work to prepare that financial plan and submit it to the city council.
Right, but if for not this JPA, which will replenish that deficit, is my understanding, we would need to come up with a repayment plan annually, I would assume.
Yeah, it'll be a payment plan even with the resources captured from the JPA until and it's just, I know that Councilmember Fish asked Ernst & Young during the retreat to consider looking at doing a stress analysis of the reserve. And so that's why that is a component of, will be a component of Ernst & Young's work. So they'll come back and say, based off that work to you, what they recommend to you, but overall, the financial plan will not only consider the reserve fund, but it'll consider the overall financial capacity the city needs over the next several years to meet its obligations.
Right, okay. Thank you. I was trying to correlate, if we didn't have this bond revenue that we're going to be going after, we would be needing to reduce our budget in other areas to pay back, to replenish our contingency reserve from somewhere else.
Well, I mean, that answer, in truth, is a two-part answer. One, yes, but also two, without the resources that's flowing back to the general fund, I don't think it'd be possible to produce a balanced budget this year. I think it would, kind of, backing up a little bit, I think, back in December, once Ernst & Young and the finance team took a look at the state of affairs of the city's financials, which they've reported to you as a part of your retreat, we looked at, internally, we looked at two strategies to making sure we get to a balance. One strategy was austerity, which is, on austerity, we would have to look at reduction of force, which is layoffs, and then we would have to look at a reduction of services. And then the other strategy was a strategy that added balance that I'm proposing to you tonight and have been over the last several months, which is, go out and have a targeted approach to debt through the JPA that allows us to have more balance and avoid having to do that. And the way I've termed it in some of the public meetings I've had is sort of bend the curve is the way I've used that. And so when confronted with those two things, I just made an internal decision, and I said to the public that if we were successful, that I would not be proposing layoffs, and I would not be proposing reduction of services. Instead, I'd be proposing what I'm proposing, not only tonight, but have been proposing in the last few months.
Okay, thank you. For now, just one other question. A big reason why we're in this position has been, this $20 million that we outlaid for one project. I know that we have at least two other potential 100% affordable housing projects coming to the city. If they ask for $20 million each.
My recommendation to you would be no.
Okay.
So, I think they're not doing that as this council knows. I don't, they're not doing that. That it would not be factual to say that those two developers today are asking for that type of financing assistance. Typically $2 to $3 million is nomenclature in this business for doing affordable housing. I think the broader goal here is to give council a two-set, innovative two-set that it can use to be able to address what it considers to be a priority. Previous councils had the redevelopment authorities that they could use as a two-set. That was taken away from you. And so this is providing you with an additional two-set for you to meet your objectives of affordable housing, but also for you to meet your objectives of investing in other infrastructure projects that are delayed and deferred maintenance as well.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Let's go to public comment, and 90 seconds each, please.
Thank you. We have 7 speakers signed up. Our speakers are Marcy Bond, Melissa Sanders, Milana Pham, Patrick Godinez, Marta Valdez, Jack Galante, and Mike Simorusti. Our first speaker is Marcy Bond, followed by Melissa Sanders.
Good evening, council members. I forgot to say the first time that I spoke that while I am a PRCS commissioner, everything that I'm saying here tonight is my own opinion and does not reflect the commission's opinion. So how is adding more debt balancing a budget? That's like opening a new credit card because you've maxed out your old ones, and loading it up and then wondering why you can't pay it back. By the end of the bond, the city will have paid around $75 million for $35 million now. Anybody remember, I gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today, or am I just dating myself? We keep spending money we don't have, and if our city keeps spending as we have, we will end up bankrupt. How to avoid this? Stop giving away our assets. For example, the old gun store, the land where the Wendy is, the $20 million for Jubilo. Also stop hiring consultants. You're not listening to them anyway. This past year, you've already spent $600,000 alone on those recommendations that are being ignored. And most importantly, this goes around the voters. And who is left holding the bag? The residents. Potential risks, more debt without voter approval, overuse or mission creep, opaque structure. How are we going to keep track of this? What about guardrails? What is going to limit how we spend this? It's going to be easy to say, oh, we did that $35 million, now we have another project, let's just open another JPA for something else. Stop this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Milana Pham.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
That was weird. Yeah, I'm going to say ditto to everything Marcy just said. And since McMorrin and Fish and Puza are the reason we are in this mess, it'd be nice if you actually paid attention to the people who are speaking in front of you instead of looking down at your phones. Oh my God, you guys are horrible. This is why I wanted the phone rule. If you do this, it is just like a credit card. You are giving the 3 of them who already wasted away $20 million another potential slush fund for their friends and whatever other, projects they would like to spend money on that is not their money to spend. They are fiscally irresponsible. They have no idea how budgeting works, clearly, and they do not need another $35 million to waste. So we are held with it at the end. It's ridiculous. So no, this is a hard no. If this goes through, then Bubba and Puza and McMorrin, you 3 need to sign personally that you will be responsible for all repayments because you're the reason we're in this mess. This is not a city problem. This is a 3 of you problem. And the 3 of you should be figuring out ways to get us out of it instead of staring aimlessly, just waiting for the next thing to be texted to you. You are the reason we're here. You are the reason the city is in jeopardy. You. And the sooner you admit that and the sooner you figure out what to do, the better.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Milana Pham, followed by Patrick Godinez.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and residents of Culver City. My name is Milana Pham, and I'm a Culver City resident and a graduate student at the USC School of Social Work. I'm here to speak about the issue of affordable housing in our community. Many residents in Culver City and across Los Angeles are experiencing significant rent burden, making it difficult to afford basic living expenses and remain in their homes. With the recent fires in the Palisades and in Eaton and many more other communities, and rising economy costs, many families from other communities look to seek housing in Culver City. As a social work intern at the Culver Palms Family YMCA, I have worked with many families and seen the impact of housing costs on families struggling with tragedy both in and out of Culver City. I encourage the city to continue prioritizing funding for affordable housing development and programs that support residents facing housing instability. I'm asking the city to require that a percentage of all new housing developments be reserved as affordable units for low and moderate income residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patrick Godinez, followed by Marta Valdez.
First of all, I'd like to thank the city manager for bringing, this type of financial opportunity, for especially on the affordable housing side. After the Jubilee Village investment, I kind of thought, where do we go from here in regards to affordable housing? Well, this is an opportunity to, to do that, and not only, put the reserves back, but also possibly replenish the money for housing authority, but also it shows the commitment that Culver City has made towards affordable housing, but it has to have some kind of weight when it comes to grants. There's so many grants out there for affordable housing. We have a new housing director that has specialty in fair housing, that could help us write grants, and it seemed like an opportunity to snowball this, as one of the council members mentioned, affordable housing, but put your money where your mouth is. Well, this is an opportunity to put that money where our mouth is, and then snowball that and start going after the grants. Find out why we got turned down $15 million, for Jubilee Village, and correct it and snowball it and start getting the more money for affordable housing. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marta Valdez, who I'm not seeing online or in the chamber. Our next speaker is Jack Galanti, followed by Mike Simoresti.
Hi, Council. When it was first presented to me on our Valentine's Day meeting, it was open to other projects, not just housing. And I just hope that the projects that are funded with the JPA include more than just housing. There's a lot of infrastructure projects that have been, that the community is really wanting funding for. Include sidewalks and pavement projects, and I really hope that the JPA can fund much needed infrastructure projects in our city and not just be focused on housing specifically. There's constant, the community is bringing up that we don't have money for certain projects that really help our community in a way that helps everyone in the community and not just housing specifically. I know that's a very important topic right now, but I think we have to think long-term with what projects we're thinking about funding and making sure those projects have adequate funding and not having to rely so much on grants. As I know the city staff members for grant writing are very limited, so I hope that the JPA can go towards much needed infrastructure projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Mike Simoresti.
Hello, my name is Mike Simoresti. I'm with Culver City Little League, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Bill Bott's field. We are in desperate need of money to repair the fields. The parks in general in the city are in pretty bad shape, and if you spend some time up at Bill Bott's, you'll see that we have a very large amount of space that is being poorly used and is in desperate need of repair. So I'd like you to consider that as part of the JPA. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker for item A1.
Great, thank you. We'll go to comments, starting with Councilmember O'Brien.
And a reminder to please request to speak.
Oh, sorry, I'm going to request to speak really quickly. Item details, right? Okay. There. Got it?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you to the speakers. I do want to comment on some of the comments that were given. Cities, I've been to a bunch of conferences with mayors, with other city council members, and one commonality, not just in California, I've been to the U.S. Mayor's Conference 3 times, is city electeds are constantly looking for money. And it's a fact that it's expensive to run a city. And capital improvement projects typically are not funded out of the general fund. You need to finance them. Anyone who's a homeowner goes into debt to buy their home. You can't easily save enough money to buy a home cash, right? When I needed to fix my roof, I took out a second on the house. I didn't have that kind. I didn't have $30,000 just sitting around. These are the things that we're going to be paying for with this, and unfortunately, an oversized, balance on a well-intentioned affordable housing project that just we couldn't afford to do, to participate in at the level that we did. But we did, and as a city manager said, to give ourselves flexibility, not only replenish the contingency reserve, but also replenish the Housing Authority Fund, which we also completely depleted to give to Jubilo. That helped fund annual operating costs that we have in the housing department. We're going to be taking care of that as well. I think it's really critical. And the Vendon Museum, that's such a criticizing that. They have at least 15 free community events every week. It's using that land and giving that to someone who completely 100% paid for the development of that land themselves, and providing activation every single week, at least 15 free events. I saw over 2,000 people there a couple weeks ago for one of their free events. It's perfect. Every nonprofit in Culver City uses that for free. It's an incredible space. I get, that there's a level of trust. It needs to be, I guess we need to trust ourselves because we're voting for this as council members. But I feel and I hope my colleagues have been listening to the community and all of these public meetings that the city manager has been hosting. And we do have serious priorities in our parks with their infrastructure that needs help with. I hope that we're not looking at other places to direct money that we would raise from this, other than what's been outlined here broadly and more granularly from the feedback that we've gotten from our community. I think, to go back to the question of whether or not we're in a fiscal state of emergency, I do think we still are until we deal with this, because as the city manager said, if we don't pass this, we're going to go into austerity measures. And to me, that's an emergency. That's a bad situation. So I don't have any other questions at this time. Well, one question, city manager, and you can punt this to the next meeting if you want, because that's when we're going to be dealing with the bond. But there is a projection of about $2.5 million a year to pay back over 20, 30 years. How, that's not in prior budgets, 2.5 million. What's the plan to budget for that?
Will be covered by, really two things. One, by enhancements that we are pursuing and will be asking council to pursue as a part of our proposed budget. For example, the voters had approved a utility tax that allowed us to tax corporations for streaming that had not, we had not actually acted upon that yet. So we would be working to actually begin to implement that. And then another is just, we've looked internally in the organization and we've got some efficiencies, some duplicative efforts that's going on. You'll see in the budget I proposed that we're squeezing the organization. When I've talked publicly about this before, we said, hey, we're going to lay off staff, we're going to reduce services. So, kind of the marshmallows in the middle. I use the old s'mores vernacular to describe it, but that inside part of it is part of process improvement, but also it also deals with when we looked at the over last 3 years worth of actuals versus budgeted items, we found that there's some fluff in the budget. So we've in the budget that will be submitted to you, we've trimmed some of the fluff out. And then we also considered some of that we also took considered of just not feeling certain positions and so that is a part of it. So all those three measures, along with some others that you'll see in the budget, is what we're doing. But it's really a balance between the two, grabbing some efficiencies, as Councilmember Brunn, I think you referred to in the previous meeting as trim the belt, however you put it, but then also to some enhancements that we're offering up, and that's the way we're going to cover it, and we're comfortable we'll be able to do that. We're also delaying the initial payments off by capitalized interest as well to give us time for allowing those things to be realized within the framework of the city's budget.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Should I start talking now, Jeremy? I want the timer to run. I know. So first of all, CFO Augustine, welcome to the team. I didn't get a chance to say that before. You got thrown right into the heat of things, so welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Jones, I know I've received a few of the same comments that one of the speakers, I think it was Ms. Bond, about how do we create more debt if we're in debt to create more debt? Can you just answer that briefly? Don't use up too much of my time, sir. Just so
I'll try not to filibuster that, right? So the city isn't issuing the debt. The JPA is. The city would be, as I just mentioned, utilizing additional enhancements or revenue, and also applying cost measures to gain efficiency for the $2.5 million debt service payment. That's what will be occurring over the time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for your efficient response. So overall, I would, and maybe CFO Augustine also, I think it'd be fair to say that our overall budget is, especially the general funds, sort of a fragile ecosystem where there's not really a whole lot of wiggle room. In other words, we count on the monies coming in, and it's sort of allocated already to sort of make our budget make sense at the end, correct? Either one of you.
Oh, yes, Councilman. Everything about not only this city but other cities in America, given this president and this economy right now, is put everything in a fragile state. So that's a
understood.
It's probably an understatement.
Yeah, indeed. And then to one of the questions I think Mr. Galanti had in terms of he'd like to see more or make sure that this money isn't just allocated to housing, that we are looking at sort of the For me, I think the things that really this runs the city in terms of sidewalks, alleys, streets, lights, trees.
My proposal to you will be to spend that on those other things as well, is to spend on affordable housing, but also to really focus on sidewalks, parks. Bottsfield was overwhelmingly supported by, at least in those discussions that I had with the public. And then, there's some serious issues with Bottsfields. So yes, I refer to them as deferred maintenance items.
Right.
So is the tree canopies that we haven't taken care of either since COVID.
Yeah, lights, sidewalks, and whatnot. And to the speaker for Bottsfield, I can attest. I mean, that growing up, that was sort of the state-of-the-art field where, we were attracting people from other areas to come play, whether it be baseball or soccer or whatnot. Now it's less than desirable up there, so it definitely needs a lot of work. With that, I think that's it for now. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. CFO. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Okay, am I acknowledged?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know, I just want to make sure I'm following the rules. All right. Very grateful for the presentation this evening. Grateful that you're here with us, our new CFO. Grateful to our city manager for bringing us the solution and finding a way to move our city forward while making sure that we are finding ways and pathways to meet the needs of our community. We, in every council meeting, I think it's always wonderful in some ways to hear the varied perspectives of folks in our community. I think it just shines a light on the fact that no two people typically come at this issue the same way. And that's the beautiful thing about living in a democracy, living in a diverse community, being able to hold multiple truths at the same time, hold multiple viewpoints at the same time, and still finding a way to live together and, again, move the community forward. I do just want to lift up, and I know I've said this in the past, but and maybe some folks might not be aligned in this, but I believe that housing is a human right. I believe very strongly in the fact that Culver City was a sundown community, that we, especially in the 2026 of things, have an obligation to further fair housing, to support affordable housing projects, and do everything we can to meet our low and very low RENA numbers, and that includes investments in projects. Of course, we can't say yes to every one, but there were some extenuating circumstances with Chubalo that made it an easy yes for me. And I'm very proud to have attended the breaking ground of that project a few weeks ago, and looking forward to some of the neighbors that will be joining us at that site. In addition to investing in our capital improvement projects and infrastructure projects that some of our neighbors have lifted up this evening, I'm grateful for a solution that allows us, again, to move forward, and I look forward to being in partnership with folks here and who might be on the call, and I look forward to voting yes on this item tonight. So thank you again for your leadership, and looking forward to this innovative solution to our needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you so much, City Manager, and to the consultants for your work on this. It does seem like an opportunity for us to make some much needed both capital project improvements. I know as a part of the taxable bond, there's the suggestion or the suggestion of a $5 million set aside for affordable housing. There's potentially an opportunity there to support our schools. So I know there's some projects that my colleague, Councilmember Vera, discussed, the Bill Bottsfield. So my question is, when will that list of projects, how are we going to get the public's view of that and let them see it, let them digest it, let them give their comments. How much time are we going to give the public to kind of digest that before we make commitments to those specific projects, just so we can get some public input on what we're spending those capital dollars on?
Vice Mayor, thanks for the question. It'd at least be a 30 to 45-day process. Obviously, when I submit the budget to you on May 11th, that you get into the normality of your budgeting process, and it doesn't culminate until June 30. So during that process, you'll have several public conversations about the budget. The community will get an opportunity to evaluate at least my proposed budget and how we're proposing to you we spend the dollars. The city council will have an opportunity to look at that, take community input, and make some adjustments if the council feels that it'd like to. So it'll be a process for that. What's coming to you now is just placing the vehicle in place to enable us to go down the pathway. And then when you actually, JPA is formed, as the council sits as its board, the council will then be obviously voting not only to go out and complete the instrument in terms of getting the debt, but also establishing a budget for the JPA. And as a part of that budgeting process, the council will be allocating and appropriating those dollars. I'll be making recommendations, but you'll be allocating appropriate those in a way that's informed by the public. And, we've already had about 9 meetings of the public, but we've gotten some feedback, not only on what they would like to see, but also to how they view your strategic goals or priorities. And so it's a culminating process that winds its way down to June 30 day when we actually have a final budget approved.
Thank you, City Manager. Yeah, I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that the public gets ample time to digest, the list of recommended projects, and it sounds like we're going to be able to do that through the budget process. Sounds like it's going to come to the public with the draft budget.
Yeah, and it's correct, Vice Mayor. And what I've said to the public is this is one part of a conversation of many more to come. So there's going to be more opportunity for dialogue as well.
Great. And the exact amount that the bonds that will be issued are obviously going to be dependent on that list of projects. So I'm wondering if is the idea that when we get to this, which sounds like we might get to in the next meeting, the council would be, or the JPA board, which will be the council at that time, would be approving bonds up to a certain dollar amount, right? And the actual amount that we issue will be dependent on that final list of projects. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
Okay, great. And so good to know that, we're going to get public input through the budget process of that. And I just want to uplift, if we can, since that's such a big part of the budget process and we have this assembly that's going to be, observing the budget process and giving, and maybe this is for Ms. Shavelson and our CFO. Welcome, by the way. I forgot to say, CFO Augustine. If our new civic assembly can kind of observe this process and see how, since it is a part of the budget process and we want to get their input on how to improve participation, I just wanted to add that as something that we could do since they're pretty consequential decisions that we're going to be making. So
it's going to be important, particularly as, I kind of see the civic assembly as important because it's adding input, particularly for the next year's budget, right? And so the input that we get from them is going to be, fundamental and key to how we move forward with priority-based budgeting. Priority-based budgeting, as you know, is 365 days a year process. It's truly an 18-month process. And as we start to think about our budget, one of the things that I want to do is to have us look at a biannual budget or multiple-year budget that, I look forward to seeing the Civic Assembly be able to look at too, so that we kind of combine those efforts. So I view it as a part and parcel of the priority-based budgeting process where we get more input.
Thank you, City Manager. Yeah, I think I appreciate you going all hands on deck to try to to try to listen to the community. You held several listening sessions. You heard about the infrastructure needs, the affordable housing needs. I'm in the camp that affordable housing is not a giveaway, but a benefit to the entire community. When we have places for people to go that can't afford to live here or that fall on hard times, that benefits all of us. So I'm squarely in that camp. It's the #1 political issue in Los Angeles is affordability. Every single poll you look at, it says the same thing. If people are having a hard time affording to live in our major urban core. So to me, affordable housing has to be a priority, and I'm proud that this council has made it such. And we're not alone. Santa Monica has made it a huge funding priority. The Virginia Avenue project, they spent $35.7 million on it. The Berkeley Station project, they're doing an $11.32 million loan. These are both loans that our neighbors have done for affordable housing because they also recognize that this is a regional issue and that it's our city's issue and our community's issue. So I'm grateful for that. You know, there was sort of an effort to characterize it as putting the city in financial duress. We know that we now have 21.9% reserves, which are way higher than Manhattan Beach, Norwalk, Azusa, Carson, Torrance, Riverside, and Pasadena, which all have target reserves of 20%. Our city of Santa Monica's got 15%. So back to the Ernst & Young study, I would love to see that stress test of like, what should our reserves be in this, every community is different, right? So, maybe it is 30, maybe it's 25, maybe it's 20. I would love to know what that magic number is and see what rationale we come up with because it's important, right? It's important to know that we're safe, that we have the reserves we need in case of emergencies, and that we can put our city's finances to good use. So I'm grateful for the work that's gone into this. Looking forward to the process ahead and to finding out and determining as a community how we're going to leverage these resources over the next 30 years. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Just want to first acknowledge the great amount of work that staff has put into it, legal and financial advisors, and doing so in such a thoughtful and responsible manner. Quick question for the board. Right now it's going to be council members and then some ex officio members. Can we add community members at some point?
Yeah, Mayor, members of council, I'd suggest that you do at some point look at augmenting the board type. We've talked about that even in your retreat. We talked about that. Just with the timeliness of everything, I think having the council be the initial board, but then, soon after the budget process, I think you guys should engage in discussing as a council about, what members are typically in these. You would have some community members, and then also some business members as well from those two communities. And you might want to think about what's the appropriate balance, particularly here in this community. You've gotten a lot of input about your sidewalks, and so having accessibility issues be addressed is important. So all those kinds of things, I think you should color your conversation about what the board looks like in the future.
Wonderful, thank you. And just thanks again for your leadership. When we brought you on, we had a clear mandate to stabilize our financial situation and to, bring some long-term sustainability as well. So this is the direct reflection of that work. So thank you for that. And thanks also again for the community conversations. It was so beneficial to be there and definitely heard the community, took notes, and this will give us the ability to responsibly manage major financial obligations while also creating a path to reinvest in critical infrastructure, including sidewalks and roads, affordable housing, parks, specifically build bots and other community priorities so we can walk and chew gum at the same time. But this action is about stewardship and making sure we honor commitments, protect our financial health, and continue to invest in the future of this community. So I wholeheartedly support this item. And let's see if we have...
Mayor, if possible, can I have one more question?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
please.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, just a quick question. terms of the money, is there, I don't want to say safeguard, but say certain amount allocated for housing, a certain amount allocated for parks, certain amount allocated for streets, or is it just?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, yes, sir. I'll be proposing to you that allocation. I think the first step is to stand the authority up and to authorize, and then have that authority authorize the issuance of it. And then, as a part of the budget process for both the JPA as well as the City Council, I'll be bringing forth a proposal of how to allocate that. As Vice Member Fish mentioned earlier, the council will also have the ability to look at adjustments of the allocation as well. Not only the appropriations in terms of its spend, but the amount, because the Barclays proposal itself does have an up to provision in it. It's up to 45 million, so you could adjust that up or down depending on what your level of comfort is. In addition to that, as the JPA is structured, one of the things I'll be proposing is underwriting standards for the JPA, so that the City Council, when it's formed, the JPA is acting as, there's a set of principles that the council is comfortable with that is being adhered to by its board in carrying out its duties, because the sole mission is to make sure that it's meeting the objectives of the council, the governing body overall.
Okay. And has there, I know it's a little premature, but any thought in terms of bringing the Finance Advisory Committee in on any of the conversations after it's set up as we move forward, or?
It's the JPA in itself is a separate entity, and it's at the pleasure of this council, which you would like to do. So, the JPA will have not only financial advisors are part of its issuance and all of that, but if the council wishes, I know one of the things I'm recommending to the council is we need to have a traditional CIP process. I mean, we can't, old slogan, Rome wasn't built in a night. I've been here since December. So it takes some time to do that. The reason I hired our assistant city manager is because of her experience, meaning Leah, her experience in working through budgeting items, particularly those long CIPs, and then we've got a really good staff in our public works department. I'm really looking forward to them having a traditional CIP process, so that the council can really identify not only deferred maintenance items, but what those future infrastructure items need to look like. So it's really a holistic picture that's coming together. Financial plan, stress tests on the reserve, how we deal with CIP, all those things. And right now it's just, let's get to a balanced budget. Let's go out and get some things that we need to get done on a one-time basis, executed. And while we take the next time, I call it bend the curve, while we take the time to really start to put in place some of these other building blocks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, we have a motion and a second. Let's go to a vote.
We have a motion by Councilmember O'Brien and a second from Mayor Puza, and I'm going to read all of the motions. That the City Council, assuming this is what you want, correct? That the City Council and the Housing Authority adopt respective resolutions approving the joint exercise of powers agreement between the city and the Housing Authority for the formation of the Culver City Public Finance Authority. Authorize the city manager or designee to sign and deliver the JPA agreement on behalf of the city, and authorize the executive director to sign and deliver the JPA agreement on behalf of the Housing Authority, and authorize the city manager to transfer or assign any and all Jubilo Village project agreements and related city obligations to the JPA as set forth in the city resolution, and other direction as deemed appropriate. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Wonderful. All right, let's go, can we go back to C14?
Oh, sorry. Yes, we may. So we have a motion.
Is there a second?
We have a motion by Mayor Puza, a second by Councilmember O'Brien, for the city to adopt a resolution declaring an end to the fiscal emergency declared on April 4th, 2025. Please vote. Vice Mayor? There you go. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll now go to A2. Receipt.
Mayor, as the staff prepare for the presentation, I think online we also do have the city auditor for A2. Wanted to put this, frame this in some context. The city had several items that came up in its audit for FY25. It's just a matter of disclosure to the governing body. Those concerns are quite detailed in the council packet, so I don't think I need to belabor them, and the auditor is going to discuss them with you. Just want to, on onset, say to the council, the items that I see it's not the worst that I've ever seen before, okay? And it's a culmination of mistakes that were made. I don't think they're, for a couple of reasons. One, I talked to you before about acumen. They're in our finance group and our team. We're working to establish a better acumen, but also as a part of that acumen, we've got to make sure we've got capacity. And so we've had some capacity issues with just making sure that we got staff to meet the complexities of the city's growing challenges, and particularly with this budget and how the finance departments function and finance. I wanted to say that because I'm a person who has taken cities before that were dealing with solvency matters through that process, and I will tell you that this is not at the heightened level of that. This is more of a disclosure issue. The city did not file its audit on time, and I want to make sure that this council is aware of that. It's federal audit for FY25 on a timely basis, but with that, I'm going to turn it over to the accountant, the auditor, I should say, and let the auditor give his presentation, and then certainly if staff have comments they want to add, they can feel free to do so. But that.
Ryan is available online if you wish.
Ryan, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you might want to go to Ryan's presentation to the council. Who's the
Okay.
auditor for the city?
Let me know when my presentation is up and I'll begin.
Your presentation is now up, and all you need to do is say next slide. Can you see it?
I cannot, yes, there it is. Thank you so much. Well, good evening, everybody. Mayor, members of the council, it's a pleasure to be here with you tonight to present the results of our annual financial audit. So just by way of introduction, my name is Ryan Domino. I'm one of the partners with LSL, LLP, your independent auditors. We've been the city's auditors for, we are in year 2 of our contract. So I'm going to kind of give you a brief overview of what the audit entails and the results of it. It's always a challenge. I mentioned in these meetings to condense, almost 900 hours of work from my staff and probably an equivalent amount from city staff into a brief presentation. But I will do my best. And if you have any questions throughout the process, I'm more than happy to answer those as well. If you don't mind going to the next slide, please. So the first thing I always like to rehash in these presentations are the various responsibilities that everybody has for an audit. So management has a responsibility, you as council have a responsibility, and then I have a responsibility as the city's independent auditor. So management's primarily responsible for the presentation and preparation of the financial statements in accordance with United States generally accepted accounting principles. Management's also responsible for the design and implementation of internal controls. These are these policies and procedures that are put in place to ensure that the numbers that go into the financial statements are accurate and correct at the end of the year. Management is also required to evaluate if there are any conditions which indicate some sort of doubt of continued financial viability, or in accounting world, we call that going concern doubt. And then also management is responsible for complying with the requirements of the federal award programs that the city has. Now, your responsibility as members of the council is to exercise oversight over the city's finances and to set the tone at the top, really, modeling accountability, transparency, and exercising fiduciary responsibility over what ultimately is the public treasury. If you don't mind going to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, my responsibilities as the independent auditor are multifaceted, but I have to conduct the audit in accordance with 3 layers of standards. One is generally accepted auditing standards, which is kind of the base layer that every auditor in auditing any industry has to follow. But because the city is a local government, it's subject to government auditing standards as well. Government auditing standards is a much higher form of audit. It requires us to perform procedures that would not be required on a private sector business, including testing compliance with laws, regulations, grant agreements, debt agreements, things like that. But also because the city receives more than $750,000 in federal funding in any given year, the city is also subject to an audit in accordance with the federal uniform guidance. And this requires us to do even more testing, in particular over those federal award programs that are deemed to be major. So as I'm going about the audit, following all these standards, I'm exercising professional judgment, professional skepticism. I don't take what management tells me without some sort of evidence to back it up and verify that it's there. Those balances and those transactions are represented with supporting documentation. All of my audits, and any audit really, is a risk-based approach. The reason for this is there's thousands of transactions that happen at a local government throughout the year. If I was to test every single one of those transactions, I would still be doing your audit for probably from last year still. So we have to really focus in on those areas of risk, utilize sampling methods, and make sure that we're covering our bases in that way. We understand the internal control structure and provide feedback on that. We also evaluate any significant estimates that go into the statements for reasonableness. And also, just like management, we have to evaluate if there are any conditions that give us concern about the city's ability to be financially viable for the next 12 months. Next slide, please. So just by a broad way of overview, our audit process is broken up into 2 phases. One we call interim, and that happened in June of 2025. It's during this time that we really evaluate the processes and the internal controls that go into generating the financial statements at the end of the year. And then our year-end audit, that's what we do. That's what everyone thinks of as the audit, diving into the numbers, looking at the support, doing those types of things. That happened really over a 6-month period from September to March of this year. I mentioned before it was over 900 audit hours, and it covers the city's annual comprehensive financial report, the bus line OPEB statements, and then the major federal award programs as well. I touched a little bit that we do a risk-based audit approach. So we have thresholds wherein if it's a transaction greater than a certain dollar figure, we have to test that. Otherwise, we sample the rest, that type of thing, just so that way we're getting the most cost and benefit for the amount of work that go into the audit. Some of the procedures we do is understanding internal control, analytical procedures, which include reviewing estimates, trend analysis, budget to actual comparisons. We don't audit the budget per se, but we do use it as a benchmark to see how things are moving. Other certain substantive procedures that really provide a lot of assurance that we look into are confirmations with external parties. We talk to the banks to make sure that what you're saying is cash in the books is actually what is in the bank. We do other things like inspection of assets or other underlying documentation, inquiries with management, and other compliance testing. Now, this was a financial audit and not a forensic audit, so searching out fraud was not the primary objective of this form of audit. However, in every audit, there are requirements that we have to follow with respect to fraud and how to respond to it. So we take a fairly significant sampling of journal entries throughout the year. We run it through a data analysis software, looking for ones that get flagged for additional review to verify that they are, legitimate journal entries, and there's no concerns about any sort of fraudulent activity through that. We did extensive revenue and receivables testing to make sure that that was all those revenues were reported in the correct year. And then we also perform a number of confidential discussions with city employees at all levels of the city. So line employees to management, et cetera, just asking them, how do you feel about the ethical environment at the city? Is there any sort of fraud that you're aware of that we should be aware of? So that's just a high-level overview of what the audit process looks like. Go to the next slide, please. So all of that to issue our auditor's opinion letter, which is included in your financial statements. And so for 2025, we did issue an unmodified auditor's opinion, which means that the amounts that are represented in the statements are materially correct and can be used for the various purposes that you use financial statements for grant compliance, for making decisions, for debt compliance, things like that. We also issue, in accordance with government auditing standards, what's called the Report on Internal Control and Compliance. This is a companion letter that identifies any sort of control deficiencies that we came across, as well as if there was any non-compliance, we would also identify them here. So I'm pleased to report we did not have material weaknesses or non-compliance identified. However, we did identify one significant deficiency in internal controls, which I'll cover shortly. You'll notice in your financial statements for 2025, there was a change in accounting policy for compensated absences. These are the PTO, sick, vacation time that employees accrue. This impacted every government in North America this year, so the city is not unique in this situation, and it did result in a $2.3 million reduction to the beginning net position of the city. So that's just a change in accounting policy, a change in principle. Going forward, you would not see this transaction happen. I mentioned before, we evaluate estimates. The two most significant estimates on the city's books are the pension and other post-employment benefits liabilities. So we evaluate the underlying data that is provided to CalPERS and the city's actuaries to verify that the numbers that they generate as your liability can be relied upon and are accurate, essentially. So we did not have any disagreements with management in the application of accounting principles. I'm pleased to report that. And then I'm also pleased to report that as part of our audit procedures, we did not come across any fraud, waste, or abuse through the testing procedures that we did. And nothing was brought to our attention by city staff for those items. So I'm not saying it's not out there, but we didn't come across anything and nothing was brought to our attention. Next slide, please. So I want to kind of discuss in a little more detail the audit finding we had this year. So we are considering it a significant deficiency in internal controls. What this means is that the way that the process, the control procedures are designed right now, it could allow for a significant error to creep through if it's not corrected. So this is something that definitely deserves attention and needs to be addressed. It is related to the financial close and reporting process. So really what it comes down to in summary is that the current process of closing the books at the end of the year is not incredibly effective at ensuring the completeness and accuracy of the financial records at the close of the year. So normally when a government closes the books at the end of the year, they provide a closed trial balance to the auditors to audit, and that there usually are not any sort of further adjustments to that trial balance after closing. This past year, we had over 50 adjustments after the closing of that initial trial balance, which one, increases the amount of time to audit because we have to audit every single one of those adjustments separately. But two, it just is indicative of a process that needs a review and revision. Ideally, you wouldn't want to have really any adjustments after the trial balance is provided to the auditors. This is a repeat of last year's finding, and I'll kind of discuss last year also in this presentation here in a second. But of all the adjustments and corrections that were identified by us as the auditors or by city staff as they were continuing to close the books, all those corrections have been made. So we believe that the numbers in the financial statements as presented are accurate as of June 30, 2025. And management has provided a detailed corrective action plan that they are going to implement this year, discussing the steps to resolve this finding, hopefully by the end of this year. So what we're going to do for the 2026 audit is we have that corrective action plan, and we're going to follow up in the 2026 audit to verify that those steps have actually been taken. Next slide, please. So I mentioned that our 2025 finding is related to 2024. Last year, the city also reported a significant deficiency and a material non-compliance with federal requirements. So what happened last year is the city did not file their single audit report, which is due 9 months after the fiscal year end. So that's March 31st for Culver City. Did not file that single audit report with the federal government until May 2nd last year. So anytime that is late, that is an automatic non-compliance finding. And what we had identified last year was it was due to the closing process. So even though this year all the deadlines were met, we filed the single audit on time with the federal government, the underlying causes of last year's late filing really had not been sufficiently addressed. So that's why it's kind of repeated again in this year. If you want to go to the next slide, please. So based on these findings, we did identify a couple of recommendations that were discussed with management. One is that we are recommending that the City Council, in its role as the oversight body for the city's financial statements, authorize city manager to take one or more of these actions to remediate the controlled findings and ensure accurate financial reporting at the close of the year. One is my LSL's separate consulting and advisory department put together a proposal to provide assistance in closing the books at the end of the year. They are a separate wing of LSL, so they're not involved in the audit process. So you're still getting an independent look by me and my audit team, but they can assist on an as needed basis on some of the more complex transactions, things like that, to help close the books in a timelier manner. Second recommendation we had is that there was a separate audit going on concurrently with ours by LA Metro, and their auditors released a report detailing some additional findings over the transit, the municipal bus line fund. So we would recommend also that for 2026, our contract as the auditors be amended to provide for a deeper dive into that particular fund above and beyond even a normal audit, just to verify that the findings that the other auditors found, provide recommendations to it, substantiate some of those findings, see if there's anything deeper that needs to be addressed. And then our third recommendation is that this council would authorize the city manager to approve an expanded scope audit for the 2026 fiscal year. So an expanded scope audit essentially would reduce the thresholds that we utilize to a lower level, which would increase the amount of transactions that we test and provide you as the oversight body with greater level of assurance than what a standard annual financial audit would provide. So those are our recommendations. I'm happy to take any questions that you have at this time.
Okay, thank you so much for that presentation, and let's go to public comments, 90 seconds each.
Thank you for this item. We have 3 speakers. Our speakers are Melissa Sanders, Marta Valdez, and Jack Galante. Our first speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Marta Valdez.
Thank you for the presentation. I probably could not have commented on this a couple of years ago, but having learned stuff being an assistant to the CFO of the organization that I work for, I'm concerned about a significant finding. That's a little upsetting a couple of years in a row. I would like to suggest that, especially with everything else going on and this whole new basically credit card for the city to get themselves out of it, that we really look at how we are doing these things, the compliance aspects of things. I cannot believe anything was filed late. That's just unacceptable. That's an easy thing to stop. But I would highly recommend that, that this gets, I don't know what's going on there, that you look at your compliance issues and tighten those up, especially with everything new that's going to be happening and the problems that LA has had and everything else. This, not getting this under control can lead to an even worse situation. So I highly recommend that you figure this out and deal with it now. Oh my God.
Thank you. Our next speaker would be Marta Valdez, but I'm not seeing her in the chamber or online. So our final speaker is Jack Galante.
This is quick. I don't know if this was on the topic, but I just wanted to bring it up since it seemed like it was related. I know you guys have, I don't know if you consider her a consultant or if she was one of the auditors, but Yolanda, I don't remember her title, but she was very instrumental in the finances at our Valentine's Day meeting. And I just wanted to bring up that she really helped me understand, and that meeting specifically helped me understand the city's finances in a more comprehensive way that I was kind of not interested in learning about the city's finances until that meeting. I made an effort to show up to the meeting, and I really applaud council for bringing the community in to learn about our finances. And I wanted to, they did a really great job. The team did at the meeting, presenting everything in a way that I felt like the community that was present was able to retain. So I just want to shout out to the team that coordinated that, and thank you guys so much.
think that was our final speaker.
Okay, does any council member want to speak on this item? Okay, we can go to a vote. Or is someone going to make a motion? Great, Councilmember McMorrin.
Just briefly, and apologies for that, I'm snacking because it's 10:19. Just briefly, I just want to really applaud City Manager Jones, the new CFO, and all of staff that worked. My understanding was through the weekend and expended a number of hours to ensure that these filings went in. I deeply appreciate that dedication, and I'm hopeful that we'll have a unanimous vote to ensure that, we continue to move forward and ensure that that this does not happen again. So I just want to acknowledge the hard work of staff, finding this issue, addressing it, and again, giving us a path forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, there's a motion and a second on the floor. Let's go to a vote.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Fish, a second by Councilmember O'Brien to receive and file the fiscal year 23-24 ACFR, the fiscal year 23-24 PAFR, the fiscal year 24-25 ACFR, the communication letter from LSL, the LSL Independent Auditor's Report on internal control over financial reporting, and 6, the Metro City of Culver City Annual Financial Report for fiscal years ended June 30th, 2025 and 2024, and approve a professional services agreement with Lance Soul and Lungard, LLP Consulting and Advisory Department in an amount not to exceed $50,000 to assist with establishing best practices and other accounting services for 25-26, and approve an amendment to the city's existing professional services agreement with LSL Assurance Department for an additional audit services for fiscal year 25-26, and Transportation Department in an amount not to exceed $50,000, and authorizing the city attorney to review and prepare the necessary documents, and authorize the city manager to execute such documents on behalf of the city, and to adopt a resolution amending the City Council Policy 5002, Financial Policies, to establish a requirement to provide City Council with a report on the ACFR by March 31st of each year. Please vote.
Cameron.
All members have voted. The motion
Can you repeat
passes.
the motion? I'm just kidding.
Yes. But in the essence of time, I won't. That motion passes unanimously. And we move on to A3.
Great, we're going to go to A3, discussion of modifications to the Special Events Grant Policy 2502 and direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. May we get a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Edgar Varela, your Special Events Manager for the city. So tonight, we're here to discuss the modifications of some of the Special Events Grant Policy 2502 and to get direction on some changes. So last year, it was requested that we look at some potential changes to the Special Event Grant Policy to allow for multi-year grants and also to streamline some of the processes. Some of the key highlights that we are looking at as changes are to allow for multi-year approval of some of the events, more specifically 3-year awards for some of our larger events in order to give them a little bit of financial continuity and awareness that they have a grant already in place. Another one is a direct cash funding, which at the moment we have limited direct cash funding only for certain events. So this would open it up to other events to be able to use some of the direct cash funding. A modification to our tier structure. In our previous iteration, we had multiple tiers and multiple designations for our events. So we wanted to simplify that and make that a little bit easier to understand with just 2 basic tiers for that. And then we're looking at making some changes to some of the wording, specifically to the area of insurance and making sure that some of our larger events and our signature events have their insurance in place, insurance applications approved prior to the city engaging in our marketing efforts, allowing for street banners, social media, and marketing. So these are some of the changes that were brought to the Special Events Subcommittee and made as recommendations. And to the Economic Development Subcommittee. Thank you. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment. 90 seconds each.
Thank you. Our speakers for tonight are Melissa Sanders and Jack Galenti. Our first speaker is Melissa Sanders, who is no longer online. Okay. Next speaker is Jack Galenti.
Good evening, Council. I have, as a signature event in Culver City, I help run Culver City Pride. The changes and updates to the special event grant process help streamline our events and help bring in new ideas and kind of streamline the process a little bit so event producers like myself can better prepare and organize our events. I am in approval of the 3-year agreement. I think that will help events like Pride and other large-scale events have a better understanding about our funding and organization and will help help us plan our event better. I support the all mentions that Edgar brought up. I feel like Culver City is a great city for events. We have rich history. We have a deep cultural connection to our neighbors. And I just support everything. Let me just pull up my quick notes. I do want to highlight the updates to insurance wording. In the past, it's been kind of confusing for events, large and small events, to get understanding. This clear wording will help more streamlined options and approval process for our events. So thank you, and the team at Econ Development do amazing work, and I congratulate them. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I support the changes and really appreciate the work that's gone into it in the committee, and also Mr. Varela, appreciate your explanation. I just wanted to share 2 things that I think could also help, some of our grassroots events. The first, some of this I experienced, through Mr. Galanti's experience with Culver City Pride, but just trying to standardize the public safety fees and trying to get a better understanding of what those are going to be for those grassroots events. And this is sort of not specific to this item, but just something I'd love to see the committee talk about, and maybe my colleagues who are on it can speak to this, but just what are those fees going to be, giving that consistency for those events, especially for the multi-year events, but just for any events. What is the formula for, I know Chief Sims is here, and I don't want to make you come to the dais, but any just any understanding of like what the formula is for in terms of the number of people or the situation or the venue and how that informs public safety costs. Would love to see a conversation about that. And then the second thing I wanted to add was just right now we have folks coming to council to ask for off-cycle requests. And I know that's not directly related to this item, but is there a conversation happening about off-cycle requests and how we might be able to evaluate them in a more objective way? Because right now it feels like a little bit inequitable. Like folks will come and ask the city council, hey, my event's coming in 4 weeks. Can I become a sponsored event? And we kind of are on the spot like, yeah, we'll try to get it, in the next agenda. It's not really a great way of doing that. So I'm wondering if there's maybe an objective analysis that could be created so that if there is an off-cycle request, it could be handled by the subcommittee, and then that could potentially filter up to the council if needed. Thanks. And could be a question for staff, or it could also be a question for the members of the subcommittee.
Great. Duly noted.
I'm sorry, that's a cricket, right? I'm not over here going crazy? Okay, all right. I just want to make sure.
Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to thank staff for all the work on this. It's really a pleasure working with you on these items. I think we are looking at, I think staff is looking internally at those fees and ways we can reduce them. As far as standard, man, that's a tough one. I know whenever I get an opportunity, I ask, people to look out for the annual ask so you can submit on the annual cycle. We've had some multi-year violators where they should have known better after a year. But I think I personally have tried to be objective in where most of the times those off-cycle requests are just for the sponsorship, the $1,000 city sponsorship, and those to me are easier to give. I generally, my attitude has been as long as it's not like an advertisement for a business or something like that, it's something that I'm open to. But yeah, I think just through education, public education, putting it out there as much as we can, reminders to submit applications during the proper cycle is really important. But I really appreciate working with the mayor on this and staff, and I think this will help streamline things and make it easier for our annual events to plan better. So I'm in favor of it. Obviously, we recommended it to council. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. There is a motion and second on the floor.
There's a motion from Mayor Puza, a second from Councilmember O'Brien.
Real quick before we vote, I did request to speak. Sorry, I was late.
All right. That's good.
I'm getting used to the system. The cricket me over here doing the best we can. All right. So I want to appreciate you, Special Events Manager, and the whole Economic Development team for all the hard work that, folks love the work that you all do, and they really feel connected to the city because of your hard work. So I definitely want to lift that up and appreciate you. I kind of want to plus one. I don't have any issues with the proposed new policy. I think it's definitely forward-looking, and hopefully it might decrease some of the burden on you all from year to year as well. So hopefully there's a slight staff relief. But I do just want to kind of plus one with the vice mayor lifted up in terms of just kind of tracking. I don't know if we have an internal, like this person requested 4 weeks ahead of their event. It's for X amount of people at X location. This is just so that we sort of have a running whatever. And I don't know if there's like a Google form or just something simple, right? Like how many people, How far away is the event? Just so that we're sort of tracking that. I don't know if there might be some trends that we see from that, because some of it is just a barrier to knowing who to talk to. Because some of it is like, okay, this is how it works. And if you're just putting on an event for the first time, there are a ton of barriers to who do you talk to, how do you plan X, Y, Z. So some of this, hopefully, if we were to implement some sort of if we're at least watching for this next year or so, or we can talk to folks who are coming in late. So we might be able to develop or be able to identify some patterns and maybe plan a little better for those. Because it is an education issue, but we might be able to kind of see some patterns and respond better as a city. But again, deep appreciation and looking forward to voting in favor of this. Thank you, and thanks to the subcommittee for your work.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I make a follow-up comment on that? The idea of like an intake form, I guess this is a question for staff, for Councilmember McMorrin's idea of just having an intake form for off-cycle. Do we have that?
We don't have an intake form for off-cycle. Usually, what we've been doing, and I'm coming on 3 years now. What we've been doing is every time we get all these off-cycles, we do collect them, and then I make sure that when the application opens up the following year, we contact everyone who requested an off-cycle to get them into the program. And we've been doing that for several years, but also we're in a way, we're also a victim of our success as our events become bigger, more popular, more people start paying attention to Culver City, and sometimes they pay attention during summer, and then it's a little late. And then so now that next group, I'm trying to get them in, but to the cycle. But I agree we can, do something to figure out a better way, because, this also takes up time for city council, because each time it's a new staff report, it's a new, consent item, it's a new thing that has to come up. So we can work on some strategies to try to see what we can do to educate people a little bit more about the process. And since we're on here now, I just wanted to let them know the current application is open right now. So if anyone's hearing us out there, it goes until April 24th. And so they can contact our office, and we will be doing another additional gov delivery to let everybody know about this as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm interested in that idea, if maybe having an intake form that folks can fill out for those off-cycle requests, and then that can come to council, or that can come to the committee, and the committee can evaluate. I know a lot of them are last minute, that's the problem, but yeah.
That's part of the issue.
Whatever
And then
y'all can.
I was gonna just address really quick for you about the fees. We are getting a little bit better at this now as we have the fee structures that were implemented last year in figuring out exactly what is assigned, and then having pre-meetings with the police department and fire to try to get a little bit of awareness of what's going to be applied for the following year. So that way, moving forward, the events that have the same infrastructure know what they're going into as far as fees for the next one as well. But this is still pretty new because those fee changes only took place last year. So it kind of took everyone by surprise, but now we're stabilizing on those fees.
Okay, let's go to a vote.
And the motion would be to direct the staff to return with the resolution for approval. Is that correct?
That would be it. Yes, thank you.
We have a motion by Mayor Puza, second by Councilmember O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted. That passes. 5 ayes.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to A4, receipt and review of the downtown Culver City Entertainment Zone Management Plan, introduction of ordinance amending Culver City Municipal Code by adding a new chapter 11.35 and amending section 13.03.025, and direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. We'll go to staff.
red is hot.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Luis Gonzalez. I am the city's Economic Development Project Manager. For your consideration this evening is item A4, consideration of the Downtown Culver City Entertainment Zone Management Plan, introduction of an ordinance amending the Culver City Code, and providing direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. As a result of SB 969, cities can designate entertainment zones, which are areas in the public right-of-way that allow licensed establishments to sell alcoholic beverages to patrons who then may walk around within the zone consuming their beverage. The proposed entertainment zone would only be activated during special events, and the proposed boundary ranges from Duquesne Avenue to Ince Boulevard and includes the Steps, Town Plaza, and Main Street. Only businesses who are currently licensed to sell and distribute alcoholic beverages in downtown Culver City would be part of this program. Outside alcohol would not be allowed. The management plan outlines how the activation, how the entertainment zone would operate during an activation. The management plan that we proposed was inspired by the City of Santa Monica and the City of Long Beach, who have executed entertainment zones of their own. This plan was worked on by Economic Development, Police, Fire. This plan was worked on by the Economic Development Department, Police, Fire, and the Downtown Business Association to produce the proposed management plan. The management plan is broken down into different elements ranging from activation parameters, hours of operation, participating businesses, age verification, container requirements, signage, security, and staffing. The DBA will serve as the lead for the entertainment zone and will lead the efforts to make sure that participating businesses are familiar with the rules and regulations associated with the activation, and this includes providing branded wristbands and cups. The city retains authority in enforcement, and downtown businesses are responsible for compliance with ABC regulation. Additionally, Culver City Municipal Code 13.03.025 currently prohibits the consumption of beer, wine, or alcoholic beverages in public. An amendment to the section of the code would be required to allow for the entertainment zone. Staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's go to public comments and 90 seconds each, please.
Thank you. Our speakers for item A4 are Daryl Minthy and Jack Galante. Our first speaker is Daryl Minthy.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Daryl Minthy. I'm speaking tonight as the Executive Director of the Culver City Downtown Business Association. I've spoken on this matter a few times in the past, so after we proposed this 13 months ago, so I'll be brief. I'm really glad we're at this point tonight. I want to thank staff and everybody for all their hard work. So please give us the opportunity to try out what is a pilot project. We believe this entertainment zone will help the entire downtown benefit when we have events downtown. The expectation is that an entertainment zone will enhance the experience throughout the entire downtown zone when we have a special event downtown. But also, if I can summarize the management agreement for you, it would be Daryl Minthy has a lot of work to do. I'm ready to do it, but I'm not going to do this blindly, and I don't want to do things that don't work. So please, as we roll this out, assuming you would support it, let the DBA know what's working and what's not working. I expect we'll be, that's me, expect we'll be learning as we go, and this will be a dynamic process as we figure out exactly how best to implement things in the management agreement in order to make this enhanced zone work. So thank you all for what I hope is your support tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Galante.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor. I'll keep it short because I have already spoken on this topic in the past. Culver City's Entertainment Zone program will help. Sorry, it's late. Will help I'm speaking on behalf of Pride, it will create more vibrant and more connected events in downtown areas. It'll also lead to more economically beneficial. It'll be economically beneficial to downtown businesses while keeping the events low cost, public, and community first. Culver City's Entertainment Zone program will help make the Pride Festival feel more connected to downtown Culver City's many restaurants, bars, and public spaces, which will increase foot traffic and help local businesses capture more of the event day spending. The city has already signaled that the zone is intended for special events like Culver City Pride, and one of its goals is to funnel customers to downtown businesses and bars. The proposed Entertainment Zone program will create more connected festival atmosphere, especially for signature city-sponsored events held in downtown Culver City. It's been very popular in other cities such as San Francisco. Don't quote me on this, but like I'm talking major in thousands of percents of increase for local traffic into businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
All right, thank you. Any comments from council members? Vice Mayor Fish?
Thanks, Mayor, and appreciate Elaine and Luis your presentation. I definitely see the opportunity of this as a pilot, like Mr. Menthe said, and I agree we're going to learn a lot over the process. But I also have some concerns on safety that I brought up last time. I think I even didn't vote for it last time because of my safety concerns. Specifically, folks are going to be drinking, and there's, it sounds like closing the streets is an option, but obviously something that would cost significantly more. So maybe not something that, it's also a very large area, so it might not be practical for the entire space. So I'm just curious, what are the safety mitigations that we're considering? I know we have police presence, I know we have security guard presence, but I really want to hear not just that, because people are, police can't be everywhere and our security personnel can't be everywhere and folks are going to be drinking. So I just want to know, how are we thinking about safety when it comes to, for example, people stepping out into the street when there's cars going by and intersections, and what is going to be our safety plan beyond just, a certain number of police, which I understand the need for that as well. But my question is broader than that, I guess. Thank you.
So just to clarify what deployment looks like, we have for a regular activation with no street closure, we would have 2 law enforcement officers and 6 private security with the task of observing and reporting, and then we would have signage at all different areas, on the entrances and exits of the actual zone. But in terms of people drinking and going to the street, that wouldn't be allowed if they were sober. So it's basically just us trying to mitigate that on our own, because people wouldn't do that on a regular day, walking into the street. And again, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully they wouldn't, right? This is a different environment, given there's going to be folks, drinking and potentially intoxicated. So I want to be just cognizant of that. And then, but it's not that I have the perfect solution right now, just something that I hope we're thinking about. Because if it does mean that a street closure would be, a safer option, I think that would be important to consider, or a smaller footprint for the event. I know we want to include all of the downtown area, but if an event for safety reasons needs to be smaller for a pilot program, I think that would be something worth considering. Even doing something on Main Street first, or we'll see how my colleagues feel about that. But to me, it seems like we're going big first, and I'm curious what those safety mitigations or considerations are going to be. I think one thing you mentioned was stopping folks from bringing in their own beverage. How exactly are we going to stop folks from bringing in their own beverage?
So per the management plan, per the execution of an entertainment zone, everybody has to be wristbanded. So wristbands would be issued by a restaurant, checking IDs and issuing those wristbands. Additionally, they would all have to have some type of branded cup to be able to serve and take out said drink. It can't be in a metal or glass container, and then locally, we're not using plastic, so it will most likely be some type of paper compostable material, but that would be branded, and that's how we would, if someone is out walking with a beverage, whether it's a cocktail or a can, we wouldn't be that would be something that we would not be serving.
Okay, so is what you're saying, if someone is spotted with a beverage that's not in the cup, that's how we stop folks from
Exactly.
bringing in alcohol? Okay. And then I saw in the cost table you provided, it was like police and the police presence increased with the street closure, and then it also said below the table that there was private security that would increase with the street closure, but I didn't see that in the table, so I'm wondering if the costs that you provided included the private security in those totals, or if that would be an additional cost on top of those totals.
They would be an additional cost. The reason that they're not in this table is because this solely reflects the cost of police officers and traffic control officers. In theory, if the DBA would be responsible for security guards, so this is on them to negotiate, which is why it's not included on this table.
Okay. Oh, the cost of security guards would be from the DBA? Would be paid for by the DBA? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Could you give me just the rundown of what the DBA would be committed to? So it's the security guards, the cups, and the wristbands. Is there anything else, or is that their level of cost commitment?
Signage.
Signage.
That's something we would work with the execution of this. And because it is a pilot program, we would be working closely with the DBA, but it would include wristbands, cups, signage, security, and then
Those are things that the DBA would be paying for?
And working with an outside organization who would be interested in activating the zone.
Okay, got it. That's the exhaustive list of what the DBA would be paying for: the outside security, the signs, and the wristbands and the cups.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that part of this item, is like outlining those things that the DBA is responsible for versus the city?
And that's included in the management plan, and basically outlines program objectives, implementation requirements, and then roles and responsibilities for different, whether it's the DBA, whether it's businesses who are participating, or us.
The management plan. So is that outlined in one of the attachments that?
Yes, section 4, implementation organizations.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Fish, on page 5, it says additional security requirements, and it says here the DBA shall facilitate the provision and payment of additional private security as required per the special event permit application.
Okay, got it. That was page 5 of the staff report?
It's page 5 of the proposed management plan.
Proposed management plan. And which attachment was that one? Because I'm missing that, I feel like.
I believe it's the first one.
The first one, okay. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, I think it's important that, and I really appreciate that the DBA is picking that up, because I think it's important that there's like some skin in the game for our business community to make sure the event, goes well, that there's, some amount of discretion as to like which events, we do it with, and, that there's some level of moderation, that everyone is incentivized to make sure it goes well. So I think that's all my questions. I still do have concerns about safety in terms of just the sheer size. I looked up some other entertainment zones, like from San Francisco. Seems like a lot of them take place on an open street type format, where it's like, an open street fair and the entertainment zone is there. Hey, it worked. So wrapping up, those are my concerns, and hopefully we can work together to address some of those before this actually happens. Because what's the first event?
It would most likely be third Wednesdays in
Third
downtown.
Wednesdays. Okay, thank you.
So, Vice Mayor Fish, if I may, the intent of this as a pilot program is to observe and report back and make modifications as necessary. So, based on all of the research that we've done, we're not anticipating that people are going to grab a drink and then imbibe heavily in the sidewalk. Most likely, they're going to, if they're leaving a place that has served them legally and is following the protocol in which to serve them legally and observing that patron, they're probably going to take their drink and move into where the events are actually occurring. They're not likely to sit on a sidewalk, and that would be a very visible activity if all of a sudden we saw, major partying occur in our sidewalks. So we can keep an eye on that too.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm just more concerned about when people need to go home and they have to walk to get to their car or wherever they're going, the bus, bike, whatever. But thank you for that, and I am looking forward to seeing how it goes, and it does sound like a lot of fun. Thanks.
Vice Mayor, if I may, Deputy City Attorney Michael Cobden, I just want to reiterate that last comment about the usual laws and rules surrounding serving and public intoxication are not being changed. The ordinance would just, so in order to retain your license to sell alcohol, one of the rules is that you can't allow people to leave your premise with a container with the drink. This would relax that particular rule. But the rules about over-serving and about public intoxication, those remain fully enforced. So I think that might help maybe mitigate some of the concerns about the results of this particular program.
Thank you. I do understand that. It was more just safety of people walking around and potentially, interacting with traffic. But that is important to note. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Great. Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks again, Luis and Elaine, for the work on this. I had a great time a week ago today at Jameson's, watching the NCAA championship, Michigan getting the big win, where it was packed with people sitting in one spot, and before your glass was 3/4 empty, there's a server ready to fill it back up again. I don't know. I looked around. I saw a lot of drinking happening in about a 2.5, 3 hour period of time. If you were to ask a bartender what's the best way to not get someone drunk, I would say it would be to have them walk away from the bar for a while, where they're not constantly being served drink after drink after drink after drink. All those people in Jameson's were, I don't know, they were drinking a lot. And they all walked out on the street, onto the sidewalk. I think that this activation model, while we do need to be careful and take all necessary precautions, I think people will actually drink less than if they were at some other, it's usually watching a sporting event, Lakers game or something like that. People just sit at a bar for hours on end. People do control themselves. I like to think I do. But a lot of people don't. And they'll drink, I think they will drink more sitting in one place in a bar, and then they walk out onto the sidewalk and into the public space. And I think that those people arguably are in greater danger than someone who grabs a drink, walks over the steps, watches, the what do we got? Our Thursdays, our summer concert series, whatever it is, any of the events that we're doing, and hangs out there for a little while, and then maybe takes a break after watching a few sets, and then goes back and grabs another drink. That to me sounds a lot safer than sitting at a bar, ordering drink after drink after drink. Now, where this will be, what makes it kind of exciting, I think, for the downtown businesses, is that something like Pride, for example, all that activity is out on the street, and I think people are a little less likely to go inside and sit inside the bar or restaurant when there's all that great entertainment and activity happening on the street. So this will bring a little more business to those restaurants and bars when there's activities like that. I think maybe a complaint that some of the businesses have had with the car show is that they don't really get, I've heard over the years and years we've been doing it, is that, or at least when it's been downtown, is that the businesses don't necessarily get a bump in business. Everyone's just kind of focused on the cars and they're hanging out around the cars. So hopefully, that's another example. I guess we're not going to have it ready for this year's car show, but maybe in a year after the beta test, and we work out any kinks that we have, that there may be, we can have a good proof of concept, and that'll be a great opportunity for next year. But I think it's with all the important safety measures we need to put in place, I believe that this is safer than what we see a lot of times, Monday Night Football, you name it, where people just sit at a bar and imbibe for a few hours and then go out onto the sidewalk. So I'm excited to support this. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you, and I know it's 11 o'clock right on the dot, so I just have one question. Is this entertainment zone much bigger than any of the ones that we've looked into or we've been observing as a best practice, or is it comparative in size?
I think comparatively it might be about the size of Santa Monica's because it's on the promenade. It's definitely a little bigger than Long Beach's, but I think for specifically Santa Monica's, it's about the same size because we're not using the whole downtown. It's Duquesne to Ince and then basically Restaurant Row.
So I do, and I know the Vice Mayor lifted up prior the safety concern about the street and traffic, and I do just kind of want to highlight that being distinguishable in terms of Santa Monica's being a protected, closed-off street, although you do have to cross in between some of those, the promenade itself. So I just want us to be mindful as possible as we try this out, because it will be a little different than the models that we looked at, but looking forward to seeing that data come back and hopefully it goes as we intend.
Absolutely, and we're all committed to public safety and making sure that it's safe.
Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Luis and Lane, thank you so much for all your hard work on this, and the mayor for working on this with me as well. I think it's a great opportunity to activate those spaces, and the DBA is in good hands with Mr. Memphi, and I trust your leadership skills and your qualities to ensure that this pilot project is the best that it can possibly be. And it's a learning scale, like you said. We'll peek and tweak it as we move forward. But like Louis said, public safety is number one. We want to ensure that everyone is safe across the board. So thank you for your willingness to really step in on this and make it the best it can. And that's it. Thank you, guys.
Great.
Thanks,
And thank you. And thanks again for all the work, and thanks to Councilmember Vera for his partnership on this. And it looks like we have a motion and a second on the floor.
We do indeed. We have a motion by Mayor Puza, a second by Councilmember O'Brien, and that motion will be to introduce an ordinance amending Culver City Municipal Code by adding a new chapter 11.35 and amending 13.03.025 relating to the establishment of an entertainment zone. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion is approved unanimously.
All right. Thank you. Closing on the last item, action item 5, discussion of professional services agreement with Good Guard Security Incorporated for security services at city council meetings and potential alternative uses for the funding allocated to that agreement and direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. And I'll turn it over to staff.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Adam Ferguson. I'm the Deputy Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. So to ensure public safety during City Council meetings, beginning in August 2024, all persons entering the Mike Balkman Council chambers during a City Council meeting are required to pass through a security screening, including a metal detector and bag inspection. Firearms, knives, weapons, and signs larger than 18 by 24 inches are prohibited from City Council chambers, and no one with any of these items are permitted to enter. So per this agreement, the Good Guard Security provides unarmed security guard services at Culver City Hall and its parking structures, the Kirk Douglas Theater, the Culver City Transportation Department, Culver City Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department, including the Culver City Senior Center and Vets Memorial Complex and Park. It covers special events, Fiesta La Bayona, and other facilities or events as requested. The Culver City Police Department recommends reducing from 4 guards to 3 assigned to operate metal detectors, in addition to 1 Culver City police officer assigned to each Culver City Council meeting. This staffing model is recommended to ensure the continued safety of elected officials, city staff, and members of the public attending council meetings, while maintaining an appropriate and balanced security presence. This recommended configuration provides layered security screening using metal detectors operated by trained security personnel, immediate law enforcement response capability through the presence of a sworn Culver City police officer, efficient entry management to minimize delays while maintaining safety protocols, and alignment with regional best practices among comparable jurisdictions. A review of the security staffing models of neighboring and comparable agencies included the City of Beverly Hills, the City of Hawthorne, City of Hermosa Beach, City of Santa Monica, and the University of California Board of Regents. By reducing the security guards from 4 to 3, there would be a cost savings of $1,400 for the remainder of this fiscal year. To add to that, per hour, the city is currently paying a guard $25.36. So that $1,400 is an estimate depending on the length of city council meetings and does not include any special meetings that might be decided on. I am available for any questions about the contract, and Chief of Police Jason Sims is also available for any safety questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the staff report. We'll go to public comment. 90 seconds for, it looks like there's one person.
Yes, so we have one speaker, Latrice Prudent.
Hello, it is late, so I'll be quick. As a security guard management company located here in the city, there are a lot of holes in the practices that are being brought forth by Good Guard. I myself have tested it. I've had members of my team test it. I've had members of the community test it, and it has tested and shown that there are many gaps, and what the city is paying for is not being upheld. That is the nicest way that I can put that. I think that the number does need to go down, and that the contract does need to be relooked at, and that the policies and procedures that you guys have in place need to be revisited, at least with the company, if you're not going to move forward with a different company. With that being said, I feel like when we are going out as a community to RFP certain events or certain things for the city, that it is important that you look at the companies that are also paying their city taxes here. You're paying us, which ultimately we turn around and pay back to you a portion of that as a taxes. It keeps our city growing, but it also supports the businesses here. We cannot compete with $25.32 an hour when we're paying the high rates that we're paying, but you're going to go for that lower rate, that's not fair to the people that are in this community. It goes back to, we're supposed to be big on small business, but the small businesses are not being chosen because the money is what matters more than the safety of the people that are at these events.
Thank you. That was our final speaker for this item.
Great, thank you. Are there any comments from council members? Okay, there we go. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation. Appreciate the speaker. So I requested this be agendized because I believe this was a consent item in 2024. I don't recall if there was a RFP that went out on this, or this was just an extension of a prior contract that we had with the company, or an expansion of that contract, excuse me. But it follows, I don't really see a need for this level of expense. I think it was in response to some of the community demands or requests for a city statement with a formal position on what was happening in Gaza, and now there's many other things happening internationally. But at any rate, so I saw it as a response to that, and just to uplift, we have many other city meetings where there is no security presence that most times we don't sit up here. We're in smaller rooms, it's agendized, members of the public can come, and there's no level of quote unquote protection or screening. So I find that inconsistency. If the goal is protection of us, I find that inconsistent. So I just, I question, I'm always like, well, what is the intent here? I don't know if there has been confiscation of, or any plans thwarted that were not raised to us, or there's a monitoring of security threats or potential threats toward council members. But there's studies about the impacts of putting metal detectors in schools, how that shapes how children and community members feel about the institutions or businesses or spaces that they're entering when you have to go through a metal detector. So I'm just questioning I just had some Girl Scouts who visited here, and they were in the foyer as we were showing off some of the Sister City exchanges and some of the artwork, and they were like, well, what's that thing? I said, oh, it's a metal detector, like when you go to the airport. They're like, yeah, but why is it here? I said, well, some people think we need it, even though we don't have it at all of our city meetings. So I just kind of wanted to have a conversation about what we're spending our money on, why we're spending our money, and if it is truly having the intended purpose that we have stated. Again, it's been about 2 years or so, almost 2 years since this was implemented. So I'm curious if colleagues feel that this is a need or this is a good expenditure, particularly as it pertains to city council meetings. But those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you. Thanks for the staff report. How long have we been in contract with Good Guard? Just overall? We're currently in a 3-year contract with 2 1-year.
I always do that. The contract, we went into the contract process in May 2024, and then the City Hall and Fiesta La Leona were added in March 2025.
Right, okay.
So if you want to think like it's a 3-year contract, we're in the 2nd year. We'll be starting the 3rd year in July.
Okay. And then after that, it could be one-year renewals if we choose.
Yes, so the contract allows for 2 one-year renewals before going back to the RFP process.
Okay, got it. And I remember we upped the level of service around, when we started having the bronze plaques stolen, didn't we increase the amount of security? Was that in response to, or did we already have the security guard in place?
So we had security in place at the senior center in response to some things that were happening there. So we expanded it. So currently we have security at Veterans Memorial Building, and on the hour they patrol the park as well.
Okay, but that was not, we did not have the security in place at Vets when the plaques were stolen?
I can't remember the year that the plaques were stolen, so I can't remember if we were in contract with Good Guard yet or not.
Okay. I mean, point taken from Councilmember McMorrin. The security measures we put here at the chamber is relatively new. I can't remember what exactly triggered it, but I know, for years and decades, we didn't have it prior. Sadly, it's a little bit of a statement on, where we are as a country right now. I would honestly be open to a conversation about not having it here. I understand the argument that, well, this is the only time we have it, but we don't have it at all the other meetings. I get that argument. This is the most high-profile meeting that we have, so that, typically there's more people that come to these. Sometimes there might be more controversial topics brought up at the committees and commissions, but generally we have people pretty fired up here. But I'll just say I don't think that the security measures out there make me feel any safer or more or less safe. I do feel safe with our PD here and all their training. So I'm open to that conversation, and then when we get to the end of the 3-year contract, also, putting out an RFP again and evaluating if we do want to do our own stress test, so to speak, of our contracted service between now and then. I'm open to that as well, but yeah, that's my input. Thanks.
Sorry, and you said let the contract ride out? Yeah, I think the discussion, I understand from Councilmember McMorrin, is more topically about what's going on here at the chamber, and we added that element a couple years ago or a year and a half ago. I don't know what flexibility we have there going forward, but we're in it sounds like the last month or two of the contract of this fiscal year. Got it. Thank you so much. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, what's your thought on this? I know it was something relatively new that Mr. Nakbar brought on, and I don't know if it was in response to things that were happening on a national level, and we were worried about groups coming into council chambers. But I mean, the safety standards way above my pay grade. It's your guys' thing. I mean, what is your thoughts on this?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Vera. And certainly this is something that was implemented a couple of years ago in response to a very controversial issue that was being discussed at council meetings. And so in response to the large crowds who seem to be extremely passionate about their positions at the time, and the threat level that we assessed as a police department. I just want to be clear about that. The police department is responsible for assessing threats and public safety for the city of Culver City. And so when we discussed this, the discussion was had between the city manager and myself as to how should we respond to this issue. And so we took a very thoughtful approach to looking around the landscape, as was discussed by Adam, similar to what we did here and put in the staff report of what other cities were doing at the time. And our current security measures are in line with industry standards and best practices related to general city council meetings. This is where we see the largest crowds in attendance. Oftentimes, the issues being discussed here are controversial in nature. We have folks who are very passionate about their position on certain things, whether it be, traffic stuff or others. And we exist in a time where we see extreme political violence that seems to be occurring on a fairly regular basis. And quite frankly, it's my charge to address, to assess all of that and then make a recommendation as to how we keep everyone safe. All of you, everybody in attendance here at these meetings, our community. So we implemented this layered security approach to ensure that weapons, one, aren't brought into our chambers. We've had weapons confiscated in these chambers. Previous to the implementation of this security measure, someone brought a taser into our council chambers. I don't know if you all remember that, but that happened. And so that threat is real. And I, quite frankly, would not recommend getting rid of the metal detectors as we enter the chambers. That is, again, an industry standard that we see around our region, and it's an industry standard for a reason, because the people who are responsible for public safety think that it's necessary. And so that is my recommendation.
All right, I appreciate your input, and it really is illuminating. It makes sense to me as you described it. So thank you for that. While we're on security, Adam, for you, I've been meaning to ask this, now is the perfect time. What is the purpose of the security guy at the city yard? It's like it's a secured facility, but I see that little shack out there, and security guard just sitting there all by himself.
The security guard at the yard monitors who is allowed in that entrance and out.
But isn't it a secured entrance where you can only get in by a key card?
No, it's not accessed by a key card. It's accessed by the guard. So you have to check in with the guard before you pull in.
Oh, okay. Maybe we can put a gate over there. Seems like a better. All right. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate this conversation. I did kind of, it did kind of raise eyebrows, I think, in the community when this was stood up, as was mentioned tonight, as a reaction to folks coming to these chambers to ask for a ceasefire resolution. I think it kind of did create some feelings of, well, some folks are considered more threatening than others, and I understand everything that Chief Sims, you said, and I appreciate the information there. So it's not a response to that, but it's more just, I think, given the scenario of when it appeared, given that the city didn't have anything for 100 years until August of 2024, I think it raised some appropriate questions. I do appreciate the staff report and all of the information about neighboring cities. I did ask West Hollywood colleagues as well, or not colleagues, but counterparts, and they shared that there are two sheriffs and 2 ambassadors that they have. Everyone else on this list has like 3 people, it looks like, or less. So I'm interested in maybe seeing if we can pare it down. I kind of agree with Councilmember O'Brien. I don't feel, at least I don't, it's hard to know, right? But I don't feel that our current setup seems to, at least for me, it doesn't inspire a feeling of significantly more safety compared to the cost. I see here that it's $177,000 a year for the Kirk Douglas and City Hall. So it sounds like there's some amount of savings that could be generated, and maybe those funds could be put back into the general fund. But I feel like some amount of paring down makes sense. I know the chief gave a recommendation of 3 guards and having 1 police officer. So if it's that, or something less than that, but with the current setup, how it was brought about, the timing of when it was brought about, and it's to me, we've never, until that moment, we had never had it as a city. So it's hard to know what the value of it is and whether it's actually, having the outcomes that we're hoping for, because we've never had it. We didn't really have much of an issue, I understand, beyond maybe the taser incident. So those are my thoughts, and I'll leave it there. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Thanks for the staff report. Just to reiterate, my memory was that this started with a former council member, city manager, as mentioned, that it was in response to requests for a ceasefire resolution in Gaza. I've never seen more police officers in this building and place. Obviously not against safety when there's a need, and mindful of the chief's recommendation, because no doubt people get activated and fired up. But also think about the feeling of a place, and whether it's meant to protect people or deter them. So it's just a lot of things, but there's also no doubt that political violence is here, and not in this space, but in our society. So I would be okay with letting the contract, per Councilmember O'Brien's recommendation, letting the contract ride out and then putting out an RFP and determining the needs at that time. Councilmember O'Brien?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. After hearing, I agree with putting out an RFP later on and seeing if we can, just check to see if we can get better people, better prices. But hearing the chief's assertion of, his professional opinion that we need to have this out there, I definitely do want to. I do trust his professional opinion on this, and I'm going to say that I believe we should continue the practice moving forward. Point taken from Vice Mayor Fish about the timing, but it seems like maybe we were kind of an outlier in not having that at the time. So my position is to continue having security out front, and evaluating the good guard once this 3-year contract's up.
Mayor, can I just add one more thing? So kind of correct an earlier statement of mine. The reason, I checked my notes, and the reason why we have a security guard at the yard on Jefferson is actually because it's a requirement from the Federal Transit Administration to have security at that entrance.
All right, thank you.
All right, looks like we have consensus around letting the contract ride out, paring down security, and then putting out an RFP. Is there a motion? Does that sound right to everyone?
When you say paring down, do you mean taking the recommendation in the staff report and removing 1 security guard and going to 3? Is that what you mean by paring down?
Or even, once we do the RFP, then to decide if we need to.
I mean, we could do that, but one thing we could do is take the recommendation from CCPD and remove 1 guard now, and also let the contract expire, if I'm reading this correctly.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, I didn't even turn my mic on, did I? Oh, yeah, I did.
All right. There's a motion. Is there a second?
What is the motion to remove one guard as per CCPD's recommendation? Go with it and then send out an RFP once the, is that what, okay, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Okay. We have a motion by Mayor Fish, no, Mayor Puza, second by Vice Mayor Fish. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes 4-0 with an abstention from Councilmember McMorrin.
All right, we'll move on to public comment. Any on items on the agenda? Were there any remaining?
Yes.
So we have 23 people signed up to speak.
Let's do 60 seconds each.
60 seconds, okay. I'm going to go ahead and call our first 10. We have Vanessa Ramanian, Joy Rodriguez, Marcy Bond, Michelle Perkins, Oscar Rodriguez, Gary Mandel, Melissa Sanders, Lori Horn, Frida Delano, and Ed Conway. Our first speaker is Vanessa Ramanian. You might have to correct me on that.
Hi, good evening. My name is Vanessa Rahimian, and I'm a graduate social work student at USC. I'm here to speak on language barriers and accessing social services in Culver City. As someone studying social work, I've seen how critical access to services is for individuals and families. But for many residents, especially those with limited English proficiency, accessing services like mental health support, housing resources, and other assistance can be difficult because information is not always available in languages they understand. This creates real barriers and in many cases places a responsibility on children to translate for their families, which is not appropriate and can negatively impact them. Culver City is a diverse community, and access to services should reflect that diversity. I encourage the city to continue improving language access by expanding translation services, simplifying materials, and making resources more accessible to all residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joy Rodriguez, who I do not see in the chamber or online. Marcy Bond, Michelle Perkins. Okay, Oscar Rodriguez. I'm just going down the list until we find someone. Gary Mandel. All right.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. I'm Gary Mandel. I'm the property and business owner of Boulevard Music on Sepulveda near Culver since 1997. For those of you who aren't familiar with what we do lessons. We've educated a lot of your school children in those 27 years. We sell and repair instruments to the schools and your students. And we do concerts as we're a licensed theater, to the surprise of some of the people that did the design of the Sepulveda project. In regards to the Sepulveda Connect project, I will mention I worked with the city for 19 years, doing over 180 concerts right here in the City Hall courtyard as producer of the Culver City Music Festival. Always directing people away from parking in the neighborhoods and directing them into the structures, so not to impede on the neighborhood. Now, at Boulevard Music, we have been directing people who come to our concerts at Boulevard Music to park on Sepulveda if our lot gets full, because we do weekly concerts with world-class artists there. I'm shocked.
Mr. Mandel, your
Yes.
time's up. Can you wrap it up in a sentence or two, please?
Okay, I'm shocked to find out you're planning to remove the parking on the east side of Sepulveda with no plan for these cars to be parked elsewhere. And on behalf of all the businesses on Sepulveda, an environmental impact report should be done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lori Horn, followed by Frida Delano.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I was so sorry to learn that this evening 8 of our senior citizens who came to give off-agenda public comments had to leave before they were able to do so. I appreciate the need for a divided time limit for public off-agenda items to get other council business done, but when students come to speak, we ensure that they get to all speak before the evening gets too late, given their unique needs. I very much want to be part of a community that honors and respects the voices of its seniors, recognizes the unique needs of many seniors to return to their homes at a reasonable hour. I hope we might be able to do better as a community next time. I've opted to share this remark in lieu of my own comments, which were already aligned with what many of our seniors were expressing this evening regarding parking, equity, and access. I heard more than one speaker this evening ask the council to show compassion. I just felt really sad to learn that 8 seniors did not get to speak when they took the time to show up this evening to share their thoughts and ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Frida Delano, followed by Ed Conway.
Good evening, council members. Our community's concerns are not being taken seriously. Why? Since 2024, I have spoken on behalf of Windsor Fountains and the many residents who signed our petition to raise serious legal accessibility and safety concerns about the Better Overland project. This project has faced strong opposition since 2024, including over 3,000 signatures. Even the city's own data shows over 15,000 cars compared to roughly 20 bicyclists per day. That does not justify narrowing a major working corridor, removing curb access, eliminating right turn lanes, and taking away critical parking to install concrete protected bike lanes. Also, under CEQA, you have a responsibility to mitigate impacts to residents, especially where noise and light affects sleeping areas. Will you relocate the proposed pedestrian signal outside bedroom windows at Windsor Fountains, including my own? Constant vehicles stopping, noise and light will disrupt sleep, affect residents' health and quality of life. I have a medical...
Delano, your time's up. Can you, one sentence or less?
I have a medically documented condition greatly impacted by noise and light. This is a serious concern. This is not something to dismiss or make light of. Thank you for hearing us tonight, and I hope that we can receive your revised plan that should protect all members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ed Conway. Ron Ostrin, who's online. Mr. Ostrin, can you unmute yourself? All right. Looks like you might be having some difficulty, so I'll come back. Our next speaker is Milana Pham, Rebecca Rona Tuttle, who is no longer online, Jim Shanman, is no longer online. Patrick Godinez, Dora Rivas, who is online. Ms. Rivas, are you able to unmute yourself? Okay. We'll come back. We have Steve G, Peggy Cullinane, David Hainen, Robert Moe, Therese Hunsberger, and we'll try again for Ron Ostrin. Mr. Ostrin, if you can hear me, please go ahead and provide your comment. I don't see that he is unmuting, so we're going to go ahead and skip. And then, Ms. Rivas, are you online? Oh, there we go. Dora Rivas.
Hi, good evening. It's so late. Let me see if I can get my thoughts across. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dora Rivas, and I want to talk about the Better Overland Project, which is what you labeled that awful thought. For 3 weeks, my husband and I have been monitoring Overland Avenue 4 to 6 times a day, 8:30 to 6 p.m. We have a very good reason to be on that street for so many times a day, and that's because of the particularly the LA Go program, which is located at 4411 Overland. This program has 60 persons plus faculty and aides to the people that attend the program. It is already dangerous today to drive in and out of that because of the configuration of the current driveway. And I cannot imagine how much more dangerous that's going to be for all the people involved. I mean, you talk about 50 bikes per day, and in our tallying, there's not even 20 bikes per day. So it's stunning to me that you represent this through studies and spending money on giving us erroneous information, if not false information. I just want you to really consider doing something different about Overland Avenue, leaving it alone, fixing streets and sidewalks and other things with our tax dollars. I just want to really emphasize that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then our other speakers were Marta Valdez and Jack Galante, who are no longer in the chamber or online. And that concludes our items not on the agenda. Public comment.
Great, thank you. Any requests to agendize future items?
Thank you. 2 things. One, I think it's on the agenda next meeting, the fee update, fee schedule update. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I can get nodding heads to have staff look at very closely bringing down the fire inspection fees. Those went up, I'm hearing 300%. Small business owners are seeing a difference from $300 up to $1,000. Just to examine if there's a way to mitigate that a little bit. And then for actual, are we okay with that?
We're looking for consensus. I see one.
It's coming back, though, the fee waiver, or the
fee schedule is
Thank you.
coming.
Yeah, let me correct myself. It's actually 5/26 is when it's coming back to council for the fee schedule.
5/26, okay. And then in the other direction, I would
Do we
like,
have consensus for that, for them to include a review?
Can I hear the whole piece that, can you continue with, I just want to hear
yeah,
the whole thing.
we're reviewing part of our annual process of reviewing all the fee schedule. And I'd like to look at just look closely at one in particular, the fire inspection fee that we're hearing. I don't think the economic subcommittee members were there, but I attended, and I heard across the board, small business owners, mom and pops, saying that they're already tight. I can't go too much deeper, but it's 3 times from like 300, depending upon the size, but 300% increase in their fire inspection fees. So I'd like to look at that.
So this is already coming back, and this is just looking at one specific fee and potentially evaluating. I'm fine supporting that.
And that's what I hear too, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
We don't,
Go ahead.
do we need to agendize it?
No, it's
No,
on.
I'm coming to you anyway
Yeah.
with it.
Okay. And then in the other direction, so I would like to request to agendize this topic. Most of our neighboring cities have higher TOT rates than we do. So that's transit-oriented tax for hotel stays. I'd like to bring to council exploring increasing that so that we can raise more revenue for the city. Thank you.
There was one, I wanted to add to that. There's also, we've had lots of conversations about it in the Mobility Committee, which is a parking tax, which Santa Monica passed Measure K in 2024.
It's a parking facilities tax.
Thank you. Parking facilities tax on private parking garages, not public garages. So that was another revenue avenue along with TOT that would love to explore.
5 nodding heads.
And Councilmember Vera?
Thank you. In addition to the fees, we'll be looking, Mr. Jones, you said all fees, including, I know there was discussion about the block parties and things like that, so that'll all be inclusive in, correct?
Yeah, and as you guys know, from attending those public meetings, there's been a lot of concern from the public just about the party block fees. We don't really collect that much from it. That's something, frankly, I was just going to propose to you guys that we eliminate altogether.
Yeah.
But it'll be all in this fee schedule that comes on the 26th.
All right. In addition, on a different topic altogether, in light of all the speakers that we had come out, and especially those individuals from the Rotary Plaza, I don't know if there is consensus to hold or table the Overland project until we do a true traffic study, comprehensive traffic study, and especially since the new construction is coming or due to come online soon over at the Virginia lot. I think it's really important that we step back for a second and really, it's about getting it right instead of being right. Is it the right thing to do? Yeah, but is it going to really adversely affect a good portion of our aging population? I think so. So I don't know if there's consensus to hold off on the Overland project until we review this deeper.
I think that you can request it be agendized for discussion, but not give direction to actually hold off. Okay, just
a
clarifying.
conversation, yeah. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
great, thanks.
Thank you. Just a willingness to have a conversation on it.
So how many nodding heads?
2.
No from Vice Mayor Fish. Mayor?
We've had 2 years plus.
Yeah, I want to add that this is one of the most aggressively studied projects I've ever seen for the length and segment, including the amount of community engagement. I know we can't talk more about it, but that's why I'm shaking my head.
Councilmember O'Brien?
I'm open to looking at it.
You would be okay with that? And Councilmember McMorrin? Okay, so that will not be agendized.
Mayor, may I circle back to the fees? I just want to ask if, City Manager, if it could be like a conversation about subsidies, and it doesn't need to be too broad, but if it could just be really clear what is being proposed as a subsidy, because I think that's the question. It's like, what does the city want to subsidize? And I understand the argument to subsidizing block parties or subsidizing, lowering inspection, fees. But would love to just have a holistic conversation about subsidies as opposed to just zeroing in on two things that we've heard, which is, I agree, we've heard them and they're important, but just would love to have a broader, bigger picture conversation about city subsidies.
Okay.
For fees. And if my colleagues are amenable to that friendly amendment.
We need to agendize that one as well, or do?
No, we'll just, when it's a part of the budget schedule, Leah, so the 26th, right? Yeah, so we'll just make sure that the conversation is framed around a broader picture of fee subsidies.
Great. Councilmember Warren?
I was waiting. I had put my request to speak in. I didn't know if we were still doing that.
I'm not looking at it anymore, sorry. Apologies.
Yeah, no worries. So I'd like to, and this is something that we discussed some years ago, I believe. I think it was probably 2 councils ago. But would love to have a conversation about the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act and the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act, which are policies that empower tenants and nonprofits to purchase rental properties when the landlord sells, aimed at preventing displacement, preserving affordability, and creating permanent affordable housing. This is something that continues to come up when we discuss affordable housing, potential displacement, and the impact on the community. And this has been identified and has been a best practice in places like San Francisco, I think, is it DC, and some other areas that are newer that don't have as much data, but I can get that together for when it comes back. It could either come here to housing, but I think we should, now is a good time to add this to our portfolio of supporting affordable housing in our community.
I'm seeing nodding heads from Councilmember O'Brien, Mayor Puza, Vice Mayor Fish, Councilmember Vera? No. Okay. 4 of 5.
Great, and I have were you done? I'm sorry. We've finished, great. Staff let me know that I need to agendize this one just for clarity, but is there interest in supporting AB 1903, which would help home ownership possibilities by reducing housing costs and increasing opportunities for home ownership by rewarding high-quality construction and allowing builders to fix problems in newly constructed homes before triggering costly lawyer fees and court proceedings?
It's to bring it to talk about.
And it'd be a letter of support.
Okay. As long as it can be reviewed. I don't know the measure, so.
Yeah. So if it's a letter of support, we should look at our legislative platform to review?
And Shelley let me know to agendize it.
Oh, so it's already been,
Mm-hmm.
okay, great. So with that, do we have consensus? Yes? Yes. 5 nodding heads?
Thank you. And next month is CalFresh.
4 nodding heads.
Thank you, sir. Next month is CalFresh Awareness Month. So that is the state's largest food assistance program, and it helps reduce food insecurity. And the county's Department of Social Services requested to give a presentation on the program, which is obviously going to see some changes due to HR 1.
So you're requesting consensus for a presentation?
Yes.
Yes. And consensus. I'm sorry, consensus for that? Yes, 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 yes.
And then last, real quick, studies show that LA County is short roughly 50,000 construction workers to build housing. So I'm looking for consensus and exploring a residential construction minimum wage program. If passed, it would also include legal protections for undocumented workers who are often the victims of wage theft. The first step is to do a study on the effects of passing the minimum wage, and it's for all mid-sized residential construction, so that's 10 units or less and less than 85 feet.
I'm having a hard time reading faces. Can I get a thumbs up? Councilmember McMorrin said yes. Councilmember O'Brien, no.
Point of clarification, as I understand it, the minimum wage subcommittee is on hold until we get FPPC feedback, right? We're not meeting yet.
I don't believe that's the reason it was on hold, but we are seeking advice that we haven't gotten back yet.
Okay.
I think it was already on hold for, I don't know why, because our department isn't leading that, but I just know it's been slow to come back, but I'm not sure of the reason.
Okay.
So I think we got 3 nodding heads.
Great. And thank you. Now we'll go to adjournments. Would Councilmember Vera like to say any words?
Yeah, I just, in memory of Tina, who's been a family friend, gosh, for years and years, but has done so much for the city, as well as, the Sister City Committee, just in her honor. There's a little info that I'll pass on to you, Jeremy, tomorrow. But other than that, yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember McMorrin, do you want
I'm
to?
just going to read something really quick. Again, just want to adjourn in memory of Coral Springs Vice Mayor Nancy Medear Bowen. In the United States, about 3 women a day are killed by intimate partner violence. Nancy was a rising star in politics in Florida. Again, I met Nancy through my participation with organizations like the Young Elected Officials organization, Local Progress, and I feel like I saw her at one of those mayor's conferences in the past. It's all a blur, but I just really want to uplift her work, her legacy. She was an ardent fighter for working people, for working causes, and just making this world a little bit more just. She was a fellow HBCU alum, attended FAMU. I also want to uplift that her family, her brother was a part of the Parkland shooting as well. He was a survivor, but later died by suicide. So her family, just so much grief for her family. So I'm sending so much love there. And again, just really encouraging us to do more on the issue of domestic violence, which is rampant and is very silent. And we all should do more to support all survivors. And just my heart is heavy, and I'm thinking of her and her loved ones. Thank you for allowing me the space.
Thank you. And may I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I have a motion from Councilmember Vera, waiting for a second. Second from Councilmember O'Brien. Please vote. The time is 11:57. And we are adjourned. We will see you on April 27th.